this is your first time, I hope you have a really good afternoon. There's 4 cracking matches laid on for you. And for those of you that do know me, I'm not telling any jokes. I thought that'd give you a cheer, hey? But I'm going to sing instead. Tell you a joke? Yeah. Well, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, we are live on YouTube all this afternoon, and you may have noticed the huge trucks that pulled up this morning after we'd got you all to move your cars. And then from tomorrow, we're on Sky Sports. So once again, our sport is being well and truly shown around the globe. And we couldn't do it, ladies and gentlemen, without the support of everybody here at Newton Hall. You know, you've given us these premises for the week. You support us with your stewards. So just on behalf of myself, the players and WBT, I'd like to say a big thank you to everybody here at Newton Hall. So thank you, everybody. Couldn't do it without you. And of course, like I said before, ladies and gentlemen, the Co-operative Funeralcare, who sponsor us, sponsor WBT, and sponsor the sport of bowls at club level even. You know, they go right throughout the clubs, throughout the UK. So if anybody's here from Co-operative Funeralcare, I'd just like to say a massive thank you to you as well, because without that, it wouldn't happen. And one more thank you is to all of you people who have come in to watch, because it'd be a mite empty if you weren't here. So, you know, thanks for supporting us. A few of you have asked about finals day. We're sold out. So that's superb. We are absolutely sold out. In fact, I think Jonathan's losing the last few hairs he's got, trying to get a few more seats. But there we are. Right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the first match of the afternoon here at the Co-operative Funeralcare International Open at Newton Hall. Let's bring your players on. Former world indoor champion, he won the Super Bowl singles just here 2 years ago. He's world ranked at number 22. Let's welcome Billy the Magician Jackson. And up against Billy, ladies and gentlemen, he's the reigning world pairs champion, mixed pairs champion, and former winner of this event, world ranked at number 7, from Scotland, Darren Burnett. Gower and Mark Royal.
Yes, thank you very much, Richard Madison, for that introduction, and welcome to our third day here at the Co-operative Funeralcare International Open at Blackpool Newton Hall. And I'm delighted again to be joined in the commentary box by Mark Royal. Welcome to comms again, Mark.
Thank you, Janice. It's nice to be here again.
I think we've got a very intriguing tie lined up today. In fact, we've got 4 very good games on this afternoon here. But this one in particular, and I know there's a few Crown Greeners watching out there, because we held a Super Bowl championship here at Blackpool a year ago. And out there on the rink, you've got the Super Bowl winner, Billy Jackson, versus the Super Bowl pairs winner, Darren Burnett. So a few Crowners will be watching in now as well. So welcome and a shout out to all the Crowners. So both are used to winning at this club and on this surface, so both will be going out there with quite a great deal of confidence, I should imagine.
That's right, and you've also got 2 former world champions as well, so really looking forward to this one.
Great start by Darren. Yeah, we're with you again for all 4 games today. The remaining 4 games of the first round here. After this, we've got local hero Mark Dawes versus Graham McKee, the Irish qualifier. Les Gillett versus Jamie Chesney. and Paul Foster MBE versus Young Scottish Star John Fleming. And don't forget, we are here if you want to ask any questions. We'll put any questions to Mark Royal. You can send us those questions on Twitter at World Bowls Tour 1, YouTube streaming feed, or at Facebook, and we'll try and get your questions answered for you. That was a bit of a feedback there on the mat, a big smile from Darren Burnett there. It does affect you, Mark, if you're on the mat and a noise like that happens.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I think as you're delivering your next bowl, you're thinking about maybe a loud noise again. So he'll be glad he got his first one very close anyway.
Oh, Billy looks on a good track here. Just unluckily sat Darren's down. Darren looks on a good line again here. Darren arrived late at the club last night. He was involved as one of the cars stuck in the bad accident that was on the M6. I think he said it was one of the worst journeys he's ever had to a venue. Close here. He's unlucky to have opened that up really, but it's not sure whether Darren's still holding one there or not.
That was a great strike there from Billy, and he's probably never going to get the shot at the end of the end, but because Darren's wasn't going to be able to get Darren's out without moving the jack, so plenty of room now for Darren.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't swing away, it should stay in for shot.
2 shots, Darren Burnett.
So Billy was on target with his runner, but Darren still managed to get a 2 out of that end. So opening blood to Darren Burnett. I think a few people have thought that this would be a interesting tie for both of these players. Have got lots of achievements and records behind them. Billy is desperate to get back into the top 16. He dropped out a couple of years back. As Mark mentioned, he'd won the World Championship, but just had a couple of loose seasons where he didn't pick up points, dropped out the top 16. Felt then the following season didn't perhaps have the drive to get back in there, but now he's all guns blazing again. He's desperate to get back into that top 16.
Yeah, I played against Billy at Lincoln last Monday, and he played very well, so he's obviously in good form.
Both players dropping a touch short. We found that yesterday, Mark, coming away from our commentary position. The players are playing away from the com box here. Just sometimes they tend to drop that yard short. The main entrance to the venue is at that end of the rink, so whether it's as people are coming into the venue, I'm not sure. If you are joining us for the first time, don't forget we play 2 sets of 9 ends and if necessary a 3-end tie break. So far we've only had 1 tie break in the entirety of the first round, and you were in comms with me for that as well, Mark.
Exactly, yes, so chances are maybe there'll be another one this game.
Looks on a slightly tighter line. His performance in Super Bowl earns Billy Jackson the nickname Wizard. He was a magician by half that day. Managed to turn all sorts of shots.
1 minute.
Billy was also in the final of the pairs that day, playing with Danny Barwise. But the man walking down the ring, Darren Dazzler Burnett, was awesome that day, playing with Chris Brown. Denied Billy the chance of the double at that event.
2 minutes. Last 18 inches.
Darren's a fantastic skip. This year he won the World Men's Pairs and the Mixed Pairs, and he was amazing in both.
Yeah, I suppose we could make him smile by being cheeky and saying, is he just going for pairs specialism now? I'm sure we'd get a quip or a comment off Darren from that.
He's not a bad singles player either. He won the World Championship and Commonwealth Gold as well. Just an all-round superstar.
Yep, good player. Did a few stints in commentary as well with me at the World Championships. We got some good feedback from that. I think it was Darren that was in with me when we hit our millionth viewer. I was so grateful for you YouTube viewers for supporting this World Bowls Tour venture of bringing every bowl to you live on YouTube. Well, this is down a good line here. I would think Darren will be playing with either Taylor Ace or Taylor International. A few of the Taylor's players have played with the internationals here, Mark. I'm not, because Darren arrived so late last night due to the M6 issue, didn't get a chance to ask him which model of Taylor bowls he was playing with. And I would think Billy Jackson will be playing with his Tigers.
That's right, yeah. We should be able to tell with Darren's bowls. The International has a different grip, has a crescent grip on it, and the Ace has a more conventional pro grip, it's called. So
yeah, I think this probably are his aces. Mark, looking at the grip.
yeah, your eyesight's better than mine, Janice.
Billy's just played under the line here. If it stays for a length, it might just sneak in. No, I'm just giving up.
12 inches.
I'll take that away from our ears for now. That's
Of course, it's there.
well, we think it's some sort of effect at the side of the rink, but just turn that down from Mark and my ears. As you viewers out there will have heard, that's a little bit of feedback. Billy just dropping short again there now. One shot to Darren Burnett. Chance of him tucking another one in.
Yeah, Billy's just struggling with his first couple of bowls. so far in the game. I'm sure he'll improve, but yeah, Darren's been steady.
Looks down a good track again here. Still getting a little bit of feedback out there at the moment. Sure they'll look into that. Billy meanwhile has to try and come up with something here.
Yeah, I think Billy might well play a runner here. No, he's going for a wide draw, trying to come round the 3 red bowls and dropping for the shot.
Well, if it swings now, needs to sit down. It might save anyway, if it sits.
That's a good effort.
I think the umpire's been called on to let us know which bowl's second. One's been declared for red. You saw our marker there, Tom Weir, just chocking the bowls for umpire Sandra McLeish to come on and tell us which of those bowls is closer. Looks red to me, yep. It's going to be another 2. I noticed from that shot as well, Billy's actually playing with his Tiger Pros.
That's right, yeah, I did spot that myself with my failing eyesight, but yep, Tiger Pro's still got a nice big swing on it.
Well, Darren's certainly got off to a great start here. We're playing end 4 and he's already 6-0 up. Always the opening rounds of these events are settlers. You had a tough game yourself yesterday morning, Mark, against Steve Halmai from Australia. He played very, very well against you.
That's right, yeah, especially the start of the second set when he picked up a 4 against me, and I had to scrap to go over the line in that one, but Billy's not really given Darren a lot of opposition as yet.
I think this might be going to be short as well. Doesn't look to be just making the trip.
Yeah, but he's really struggling with his first couple of bowls, as I said on the last end, and although Darren's bowling a few loose bowls, he's not getting punished at all.
Darren will be quite happy to be getting away with this at the moment. You say a loose ball like that, normally Billy Jackson would have really punished that. He looks on a good track again here and looks a better pace. Yeah, finishing well here.
That's more like the Billy Jackson we expect.
Seems like it could be the umpires' microphones that might have caused the problem. I noticed that Tom Weir's stepped off the rink for the moment and Sandra McLeish has stepped into his shoes. A really tight-knit team of umpires here at the World Bowls Tour. Sandra McLeish's retirement event. She's stepping down, handing over her WBT measures at the end of this week. Working with Tom Weir here, and Mike Davis is on the shot clock. And the other umpire we have here this week is Francis Fletcher. Billy's underplayed this as well. That was a big opportunity for Billy to reach Darren's red bowl at the back. Do you think Darren's looking at a shot down the backhand there, Mark, through the gap?
Yeah, I think so. He'll be looking to come through the gap and maybe flicking the bowl, Billy's shot bowl out. He's probably going to take his own as well and would leave himself one.
A good player at these sort of shots.
I think he's decided it's not worth the risk.
He's not reached with this.
He's got a 6-0 lead in the set, so dropping a 1 isn't a disaster for him. There's a good chance here for Billy to get a 2 this end. Let's see if he can reach this time.
He's done a great track. What's his weight like?
One shot, Bill Jackson.
Got a loose end really from both players there.
Set score at 6-1 after 4 ends.
I think Billy will try and change the length of the jack now. He hasn't really found his range, so I expect him to maybe bowl a shorter length jack. I was wrong.
It's those times, Mark, when you think, I wish I hadn't just said that.
That's
actually.
it, yeah. Yeah, wouldn't it be a surprise if it maybe brought the mat up and have a short jack, or just do something different just to change it up.
Yeah, he hasn't really nailed it with his first bowl there either. Look at concentration there on the policeman Darren Burnett's face. I noticed in one of the camera shots before that his World Pairs partner and good friend Stuart Anderson's in the crowd watching and supporting. Better from Billy.
Darren's made sure he's put this ball on a wider line, so not to connect with the green one, and he's getting loads of swing now. That's a great bowl from Darren.
If you can't stay with us, don't forget you'll get all the news and reports on worldbowlstour.tv, the World Bowls Tour website. Hopefully you can stay with us even if you're at work today. Great effort by Billy, just didn't come back as much as Darren's bowl did. And if you've got any questions for us, do bob them to us. Know one of our match officials that isn't with us here at Blackpool for this event. Dan Blewett is online, so he was very good the other day at answering questions on rules. And a shout out to Dan. Enjoy your work from home. And we'll look forward to seeing you here in sunny Blackpool in May. Well, Billy, can it swing now? Oh, that was a great effort, actually.
That's right, he'll be disappointed with that. I'm sure he'd like the look of that going down, and he just wanted to edge off the inside of his bowl and sit down here. He would have had the shot.
Yeah, far better end from Billy though. He'll be happier with the bowls he produced there.
Darren's just almost sprinted up to the mat. He doesn't want to use one of his timeouts.
Well, I think, Mark, when you go into a game like this, when it is two players that have won such a lot, you're expecting it to go the full way. So you want to use your 5 timeouts at the right times, really. Choose the right times to use them.
Well, certainly
Six score is 7-1 after 5 ends.
there'll be a lot tighter ends later on in the match, I'm sure, that will need a lot more consideration.
Yeah, well, Darren Burnett takes a 7-1 lead after 5 ends. Darren Burnett currently ranked 7. And as you mentioned, Mark, he won the
31 metres.
World Pairs and well as the World Mixed Match Play. I had to get that right way round, where he played with Catherine Rednall.
And Catherine's a fellow Suffolk player, and she's having a fantastic season as well. She's already won the National Ladies Champions and the under-25s as well, so she's having a fantastic year. I think her dad John is going to have to build a bigger trophy cabinet soon.
Well, Billy's turned round and having a word with himself, or having a word with the cameraman, I'm not sure which, but he's certainly not playing the bowls that we're used to seeing Billy Jackson play here. And this is giving Darren the chance to just relax and find his line and weight. And we know how dangerous Darren can be when he's on fire. Not sure whether this is making the trip either.
That's all one-way traffic at the moment. Billy's bowled 2 short bowls again. It doesn't give him much of a opportunity later in the end to play any running shots.
Well, he needs to really try and reach this bowl now of Darren's. He needs to be trying to get his length, really.
2.5 inches.
He's opted to play a runner. It's forced him to reach, though, Mark. That's often a good idea.
That's right, may get some. He might have a little bit of tension in his arm. That might get rid of that. He's taken one out, so again he's got no back position. So Darren will be looking to draw another shot in here.
Yeah, the shot clock really isn't affecting the top players now, Mark. I think we've seen it go down to 1 second twice so far this week, but nobody's looked under a great deal of pressure with it. I think people are, well, the top players in particular, are getting used to the shot clock.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the players realise how long it takes them to. Oh, now that's a result. He's followed through and kept with it, so it's kept Billy in the set here.
One shot, Billy Jackson.
Going back on the shot clock, I think most of the players can work out how long it takes them to set up and deliver the wood. It's probably generally 5, 6, 7 seconds. Apart from Nicky Brett, who's probably about 1 second. He's a very quick player. So if they're standing on the mat with 9 or 10 seconds left, they're not too worried that they're going to run out of time. Personally, I don't like letting the shot clock get too low, so I'll tend to take a time out and just step back and try and take my time over that shot, because you can bowl a bad wood if you're under pressure, knowing that the shot clock may run out.
Yeah, like you say, Nicky Breton, the other very, very quick player. I've seen Mark Dawes play a bowl and the clock hasn't even moved. He's very quick. He's next player on here, next seed on. One of the players yesterday was taking 12 seconds, 11 to 12 seconds to deliver a bowl. That was the English qualifier, Stuart Irwin. So it does show that deliveries can be of different lengths, totally, really. The difference between 1-2 seconds to 11-12 seconds.
And I've seen players in the past that have probably taken over 30 seconds to deliver a bowl, so I'm not sure they get on too well in this format.
Well, Billy played a good opening bowl, but Darren Burnett beat it.
I think Billy's got to score this end. That could give him a slight chance of drawing or winning the set. Darren looks good again here.
Rests his own down. That was very good. Still a bit of room there for Billy. With only 3 ends left to play, he's 5 behind. He's to tie or win this set, though he really wants to be counting a double if he can.
That's right, and I think that's why he's changed his hand. He's looking to rest on the back red bowl of Darren's to make a 2.
Just overplayed it here, Mark, I think.
That's right, he probably had a good line.
Darren looks down a good track again here.
Yeah, he'll be looking just to peel the jack away. He's got this
Great
perfect.
bowl, that.
Great bowl. Billy's got a chance here. He's got a couple of bowls just behind. So he'll be looking to move the jack back. Not sure if he's going to bend though. Bit surprised he played that pace with Darren having the last bowl. I thought Billy would have played it with a yard. So if he had trailed the jack, he'd have had 2 close bowls. I think with that weight, Darren would have still had a lot of room to draw the shot.
Oh, Darren will be looking to try and slot in the 3rd bowl here. Good track again. All on his pace.
2 shots down for minutes.
Well, it means we're still going to another end of this first set.
After 7 ends.
Darren Burnett leads by 7 shots with 2 ends to play. It's quite surprised that Billy didn't try and change the length when he got the mat. He'll have to change something in the second set to give himself a chance.
I think so, yeah. Darren's been totally dominant this set, and I'm sure Billy will be altering the length of the jack, and I'm confident he's going to improve the second set, and it's going to be a lot tighter the second set.
Well, Darren will be quite happy that he's a 7-shot lead with 2 ends to play. And looks like a great opening lead bowl here. Yeah. Forces your opponent to have to try and play something to change something. Really looks better here.
Deputy funeral check is 3 inches. Colleagues behind the gap is about 4 inches.
Darren he'll just be covering areas now to make sure Billy doesn't have a chance of scoring a 3 or 4.
That's a great bowl, that. It might have even sat in for second. I don't think it quite has, but it certainly closes down the end. Billy looks under a line here. Have you Billy Jackson out there now, Mark? What are you thinking to yourself? Are you thinking regroup for the second set now?
Oh, certainly, yeah. He's bowled an awful lot of short woods this set, and yeah, he'll just be regrouping, and he'll be putting in a big effort for the second set. I'm sure he's going to improve.
It's a better line, Billy.
One thing Billy won't do is panic. He's years of experience, and Darren will know that.
I think Darren was just having a quick glance at where the angles were. He wouldn't want to use any of his timeouts at that point, but just having a look if Billy could counter 3 back there. We split the 2 bowls. So Billy Jackson just, I think, trying to just find his length with this again. He knows he's going into a second set now.
One shot, and the first set to Darren Lynch.
So Darren takes the first set 10-2. And Billy Jackson has got to do a pulling the socks up job. He's not going to let world number 7 step into the second round here at the Co-operative Funeralcare International Open, kindly hosted by Blackpool Newton Hall. Could say sunny Blackpool. It's a bit chilly out there today, Mark.
Oh yeah, it was sunny yesterday, lovely day yesterday, but it's been a light drizzle all day today.
Yes, it plays a devil with hair and makeup, doesn't it, this light drizzle?
That's right, but it's ideal for shopping for the ladies. I know Mervyn King's wife Suzanne's been shopping, but I don't think Mervyn's bought her anything today.
I'll ask later.
Yes.
Well, Billy, looks a better track. What's the pace like? Both of these players took on board the stick they got at the Super Bowl event. It was a very vocal crowd. And they both really enjoyed the week here. If ever we successfully managed to gain sponsorship again for that event, they'd both be invited back as defending champions in the 2 respective events. So I know there's a few come into the crowd today. I've got to know these 2 at that event that have come in to support specially.
Billy's bowled his best 2 opening bowls of the match so far. I think Darren likes this one, but looks can be deceptive with Darren.
Yeah, if it sits down, it's probably shot. He's certainly his mannerisms. It's with some players you sit here and you can tell by the faces whether they've played a good or a bad ball. With Darren, very hard to judge. Such a good player. His bad bowl is in millimetres to most others. And great head of bowls this time.
This is where Darren could well use a timer. He's just having a look to see if he's certainly 1 down. He could be 2 or 3, and that will make a big difference to what type of shot he plays.
Down to 14 at 3.
Yeah, well, there is a chance of a trundler down the backhand using his own ball, promoting it into the head. Could get onto Billy Jackson's shot bowl or even a touch on the jack.
He's excellent at playing running shots, so I fully expect this to come down here fairly fast. He's got quite a wide head to hit.
Yep, looks in the area.
He's close as always.
It was a bit unfortunate to get back on the jack there, which is why you get that shake of the head. And he got the bowl and then his own ball went off onto the jack. Probably left Billy Jackson quite a bit of room here to draw. The shot clock does not start until the marker has replaced all the bowls, marked any touches and set the jack on the respot. Looks like 1 shot to Billy Jackson there.
That's right, Darren got probably about the worst result possible, to be honest. It's given Billy tons of room to draw the second in, and it's a great start to the second set for Billy. He's played a good end.
2 shots to Billy Jackson.
Yeah, that's kind of more what we expected from Billy. He just struggled in that first set, but looks like we could be in for a good second set. And don't forget, stick around with us. We've got a couple of interesting games coming up with regards to positions in the top 16 as well. The next game up, Mark Dawes versus Graham McKee. Mark Dawes needs to tie a few wins together here at Blackpool, which is his home club, to try and keep himself in the top 16. The following game on is Les Gillett versus Jamie Chesney, who's the man that's got the chance of the top 16 if he ties a few games together. And final game up today, Paul Foster MB versus John Fleming. For those of you who don't know John played against Paul at the Scottish International Open and gave him a really good run for his money up there. But since then he's also gone on to win the senior singles title in Scotland, so John Fleming's certainly a man in form. And Paul Foster won't be frightening him, so we could be in for a really tasty afternoon of bowls here. So stick with us. We're live for every bowl in action on World Bowls Tour YouTube with full commentary and in full HD.
You actually watched the game in Scotland between John Fleming and Paul Foster, and it was a good game, and John played really well. I think just the experience of Paul got him over the line in the end, so expect that to be a close game.
Oh, Billy looks close here. Needs to just run a touch. Yeah, looks like it's made it. One red came from marker Tom Weir there. Oh, camera angles. Hard to tell sometimes which ball's shot. Well, Billy just needs to touch his own bowl.
That's right. He wouldn't be disappointed if he just comes around his green one and just settles on the red, but I think he's overplayed this slightly.
There's no danger really for Darren here. If he gets the jack, it's good. Just might have underplayed this if he was really looking to get to Billy Jackson's bowl there, I think, and sit it down.
That's right, or just touch the jack, he'd have probably made a 3. Billy will change his hand now and try and rest Darren's bowl out. He's playing it quite aggressively.
Looks tight. Might just hold on now. Well, again, a bit like Darren at the previous end, he was a bit unfortunate to get a piece of the jack there.
That's right, although he holds 2 or 3, I fully expect Darren to draw the shot here. He's got plenty of room. May play this across the head as the jack's gone close to the edge of the green. Has decided to play down the usual hand.
Well, he's really just got to try and get a length bowl here.
Yeah, he knows he's not going to get very close to the jack, but as long as he beats the green ones, he's fine.
Yeah, 2 ends played in this second set of the opening round here. We played 2 sets of 9 ends, so still plenty of ends left in this very interesting opening round clash between Darren Burnett and Billy Jackson.
I was slightly surprised Billy was so aggressive on that last bowl, because he had a bowl a couple of feet behind and second wood as well. I thought he'd have just played over the draw just to turn him out. I think if he'd had the last bowl, it would have been a correct shot. It just gave Darren too much space.
Might have overplayed it here as well, Billy. If he rests inside Darren's bowl, yeah, well, he's just got shot. You've got an interesting second round tie yourself tomorrow. All Drake's Pride affair, Rob Paxton.
That's right, yeah, I've played Rob an awful lot of times the last couple of years, and afraid to say he's got the better of me, so I'll be trying to revenge all the defeats he's put on me. But he's done fantastically well the last 2 or 3 years. Recently reached the final of the World Championship, losing to Nicky Brett. So now I've got a tough game on my hands, but we normally say 3rd time lucky. I think it's about 5th time lucky.
Well, this is certainly far better from Billy Jackson's second set.
That's right, yeah, he's tightened up his draw and he's competing this set.
The gap in the green ball is 3.5 inches.
Well, I think this has got to reach mark. It looks under the line. Oh, Billy, chance here.
I don't think Darren is going to be short with his last bowl, so it's important that Billy gets another one in the area here. If he sits in behind his green, he'll lock it in. He's unfortunate there. I think Darren will be just over the pace here, trying to lift Billy's out.
Yeah, as we mentioned before, Darren Burnett's currently ranked 7.
He's got a chance here. He likes this one.
Very close with this.
If he sits back on the jack, he'll make a 2. That's a great
Great
draw there from Darren.
Yeah, there's a replay of it. Great ball from Darren Burnett. As I was saying, Darren's been at 7 for the last couple of years. Provisionally in the moment, depending on what happens here, he's looking to move up to rank 6. If he ties a few games here together, he could make that even better. Billy's just played the right sort of shot, but he just didn't reach with it.
That's right. It was a tough shot, but there was a slight chance to come around the red and tickling the jack for 3 or 4. But it was a difficult shot.
So we're all tied at 2-all after 3 ends. This set Billy Jackson's got to win to take us into a tie break, but he's certainly playing better bowls here, Mark. The first set he was struggling a little bit, but seems to have settled down now.
That's right, yeah. It was uncharacteristic of Billy the first set, but I think this set's going to be really tight. It's probably going to go down to the last end. Now Darren definitely doesn't like that one.
What are we saying? Front toucher, side toucher? I'll go back to what I was saying. What we're saying, front toucher, side toucher.
Amazing.
Yeah, he didn't like that at all. We're just doing a bit of stretching there. I wonder if we did spend an awful long time in a car yesterday, Mark. He was several hours getting here. It doesn't help when you have to sit in a car when you're not moving, in particular on the motorway.
That's right, yeah. I'm sure he's done his pre-match exercises. It should be nicely warmed up now. It's quite warm out there. Let's see if he likes this one.
He's urging this one on.
It's not the easiest thing to do. Obviously he didn't like his first one. I'm not sure why. He probably thought it was heavy and sort of naturally took the weight off.
Billy's going aggressive here.
That's a good strike from Billy.
Yeah, here we see on the action replay again. Really probably wanted the jack solid. Got a bit of both. It's certainly opening it up.
He's obviously got a different game plan this set. He's not going to let the heads build up for Darren. So he's if he can, he's going to strike early just to try and unsettle Darren.
Again, we just have to wait until all the dead bowls have been removed, the touching bowl chalked. And I would think that the jack is in the back ditch, so that'll have to have been marked by our marker.
Yeah, it's a good bowl from Darren. You can see the jack is the yellow mark on the right hand side. The other yellow mark with the black stripes through is the centre of the rink.
Billy busy talking away to the cameraman there at the back.
I think that's number 2 there for Darren.
Well, Billy. Needs to hang on to the edge. Doesn't want to lose this. Heard it drop off there. Gets 2 shots to Darren Burnett here.
Yeah, Billy will be disappointed with that. After putting the jack in a ditch, they had 2 bowls each, and Billy dropped one short and then in the ditch, and he's not going to be happy with that. And Darren's weren't particularly close, but they were close enough.
Yeah, again, Billy's now on the back foot. Has to win the set. It's 4-2 down. Still plenty of ends left. We've still got 5 ends to play, but he would have hoped to have got a better result out of that end.
I think it makes this a very important end for Billy. If he loses this end and goes 5-2 down or worse, it's going to be a uphill struggle to get back and win this set. You know, he can't draw this set, he's got to win it.
And a great opening bowl by Darren Burnett there. Oh, Billy just overplayed it. Oh no, it's sat down. I thought that was just going to run through actually, but pulled up very sharply. Not sure this morning, Mark. The production crews have arrived for the Sky TV coverage from tomorrow night, and they've had the doors open while they've been bringing in some of their equipment. And I just kind of wonder if that's affected the pace of the rink this afternoon.
Yeah, could well have done. You know,
They do seem to be pulling up very quickly.
yeah, we'll have to have a word with the players after the match and see their thoughts on that.
Well, this looks under the line, but if he's played it with enough weight, just going to go now, I think. It tightens the drawing line up for Darren now.
That's right, yeah, Darren would have probably switched his hand, trying to just rest on Billy's bowl, but I think that's finished in the way, so he'll just be looking to fill his head up with bowls and maybe playing a slight running shot with his last bowl.
Well, in the area again, very close here. Oh, great bowl.
Oh, fantastic there from Darren again.
Here we see on the action replay.
Yes.
What a great bowl that is. Actually nestles in behind the jack. Virtually gives Billy no shot apart from to try and open it up somehow. On target. Well, does his bowl stay on? Yeah, his bowl's just stayed on. We'll find out in a minute which bowl's shot off Tom Weir.
Great strike there again from Billy. He's played some good runners today. Just trying to give himself space to draw the shot with his last.
To draw that, he'll have to take into account where this man's bowl finishes, and I don't think Darren Burnett will be too far away.
You just want it to run slightly further. That's definitely the shot.
Billy should follow that down, I would think. Mark, if he
one
touches
is
the jack, he could get 2 out of it. It is only the 1 down, though.
Close Darren off the jack, please.
is 15 inches.
He might just go for the bolt.
He's playing this very aggressively. Looking for the jack. Personally, I think that's the wrong choice. A shot there. He had a decent amount of room to draw in there, and if he had 4-3 in a set, would have been
One
fine.
shot, Darren remains.
Yeah, well, Darren now takes a 3-shot lead, 4 ends to play. He won the opening set here 10-2.
Set score is 5-2 after 5 ends.
So as you said, Mark, a very important end, really, that. Quite surprised Billy didn't just opt to draw down, follow Darren's last bowl down there. Touch on the jack might have got him the 2 that he would have liked.
Yeah, that's right. He didn't come and have a look at it. I thought he could have used one of his timeouts and come and had a little inspection there, but maybe he's getting slightly frustrated. He's struggling out there slightly. He has improved the second set, but he's certainly not at his best today.
Doesn't look comfortable out there, Mark, somehow.
And he should do, because he's won a big tournament here before, and
He won the tour card here as well, was it 2 years ago? So he's used to winning out there. Gain short. It's not going to do you any favours there, Billy.
I think Darren short as well here.
Well, very interesting. Another short bowl. We have just noticed the temperature's actually just dropped in our commentary box. So I'm just wondering if the temperature has dropped out there. Very, very unusual to see 2 top class players like this struggling with the pace. Again, Darren was urging that bowl on.
Yeah, Billy's on a very high line here. I'm not sure he's going to bend back. He's got to win this end now.
Yeah, really, this is a must-win end for Billy Jackson.
The green ones, 9 inches short of the jack.
He drops another 2 here. I think the party bus from Lincoln might be turning round and going home.
Well, this is a must for Billy. He's got to draw the shot here. I'm not convinced he's reaching again, Janice.
Now, under again.
Oh, it's a shocking end there from Billy. He's going to be...
I would think that is
Very
party bus
disappointing.
turning round. Yeah, we like to keep you live and informed what's happening here when we're on the YouTube streaming, and I've just been reliably informed that the doors are all open here as the TV crews are bringing their cables in. So I think that answers our question, Mark. It did just drop the temperature in the commentary box, and a loose end from both players there. I mean, Darren picked up a 3, he'll be delighted, but that could answer you viewers out there wondering why a player is struggling. It could be down to the temperature that's changed dramatically in here. We've just had a question through from one of our viewers. Mark, how much pressure does playing in front of the TV cameras bring to you?
I think certainly the first time it's scary. I remember I played Les Gillett in the International Open at Sheffield many years ago, and I must admit, the whole match I was shaking like a leaf. I managed to win, I don't know how, but once you've played a few times you get used to it, and to be honest, you're not even thinking about the cameras there, to be honest. The same with the big crowd. I think once you've played a few times in this sort of thing, the bigger crowd the better.
I think that's where an advantage does come to certainly some of the top 16 in the regular qualifiers against those that it's the first time here. Sometimes see people very unsettled. I mean, we have experienced an overseas qualifier coming, I think it was at the Scottish International Open, and just totally blanked when he went on the carpet. Was so out of his comfort zone with all the TV cameras. There's a picture of John Ross there, one of the seeds that was toppled yesterday by Murray Glassett from New Zealand.
That's right, he's still sticking around to enjoy the bowls.
And also Neil Furman in the centre of the screen there in the white shirt.
I think Billy's almost given this one up. It's 3 shots again to Darren.
Yeah, well, N7 is...
I think Darren will be putting a back bowl in here, just in case. I think Billy's going to get desperate and try and run the jack back for 3. So this will be round the back, I'm sure.
And don't forget, stay with us for the next game. Really interesting tie between Mark Dawes, a local lad, and Graham McKee, the Irish qualifier. Well, with you all day for every bowl sent. I think Billy's got to try and shake something up here now, hasn't he?
Yeah, he'll just be... No. I think he's just resigned to the fact he's going to lose this match, and just going for the draw. That's a good effort.
It. Great effort.
One shot, Darren Bennett.
Well, interestingly enough, that's a mirror score of the first set after 7 ends. Darren Bennett led 9-2, and after 7 ends in the second set, he's also leading 9-2.
That's a show for Billy. He started the second set really well, and that was 2-2 at one stage, and it looked like it was going to be a tight set. And he's just fallen away really, and Darren hasn't really
amazing
improved.
How sometimes when you look on paper, a game's going to, you expect a game to be quite exciting and full of shot play, and sometimes they just are the reverse of what you're expecting.
That's right, yeah, and I think the problem with that is they've both bowled more short woods than they would like to, and because they've finished central, it stopped the fireworks certainly, and
because they're both very, not necessarily aggressive players, but they both have got all the shots in their armoury, and sometimes with games like this, the spectators and on paper you think, oh, it's going to be a really exciting game, and it just hasn't turned out to be that sort of thing. Billy will be very disappointed. And I think Darren Bennett will be very relieved it didn't go that way, and he's looking very comfortable.
yeah, he would have certainly expected a lot closer game than this, but he'll be happy to get through to the next round. He hasn't played at his best, but he hasn't needed to, but he's been steady enough.
Mathematics say Darren Burnett's 7 up with 2 ends to play, and Billy Jackson's got to win the set, so he's got to score 8 shots in 2 ends. He's holding 2 of them.
1 measure.
Oh, it's 1 and a measure. There's 2 ways to look at this for Darren now. He could have played a trundler and removed one of Billy's bowls, or just keep playing to draw in. Quite confident he'll be going into the second round here.
Yeah, this game's over, I'm afraid, but he probably can't wait to get off the rink.
Well, he's played the shot, needs to turn to take Darren's bowl out. Yes, I think that's the picture of a resigned Billy Jackson. Darren's got plenty of timeouts here he can take, and he just needs to make sure that he doesn't put himself in a position where Billy could pick the 4 up.
He may even decide just to run into this head and remove one of Billy's bowls. Try and move the jack back.
Well, if he manages to get 1 bowl away, it would take away the danger. Needs to run this now. That's a good line. I think he's dropped it short.
I think it was a bit undecided what to do, to be honest. He didn't really do anything.
Well, Billy, how do you get a 4 out of this? He's got to play one of his wizard bowls here, I think.
I think he's got to split the red and the green bowl, and the green one will go onto Darren's other red one, and then he'll stay for 4.
Oh, it's
Easier
as easy
said
as
than
that, then.
done.
That's okay then.
Oh, he's having a
playing
go.
runner.
And he looks a bit tight here. I'm afraid it's all over.
One shot, Billy Jackson, second set in match.
Yeah, that's the first game of this afternoon's session over. Thank you for joining me, Mark Royal, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you, Janice.
And join us after a short break for Mark Dawes versus Graham McKee.
Gentlemen, once more, appreciation to both players. Next round will follow on very shortly, and I'll be back there to try irons. just a second, ladies and gentlemen. Right, well, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the second match of the afternoon here at the Co-operative Funeralcare International Open. And without further ado, let's bring your players on. Well, he's the holder of several national titles. He's indoor and outdoor international from Ireland. Let's welcome Graham McKee. And up against him, ladies and gentlemen, a former British Isles singles champion, England international, world ranked at number 16. It's Blackpool's very own Mark Dawes.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction, Richard. I'll just correct you before we go any further. Greg's with me for the next game. I'm delighted to be joined by world number 1 and defending champion here, Nick Brett, for this game. Welcome to comms again, Nick.
Thanks very much.
And this is a really interesting game. Again, we're just struggling for a little bit of feedback out there on the rink. I think Mark will just recompose himself there. Yeah, this is another one of our opening games in the Co-operative Funeralcare International Open here at Blackpool Newton Hall. And it's quite a crucial game with regards to Mark Dawes and his top 16 position. Just talking about this, Nick, it's quite crucial for Mark to win here.
Yes, definitely. Mark's, currently needs a win to hold on to his spot. So, and I'm sure he's worked that out. So it'll put a little bit of extra pressure on him, I'm sure. But in the big light, cold light of day, he'll try and focus on each end at a time, I'd say.
Yeah, there's various different pressures on Mark here. He's a home player. This is his home club. This is the rink that he actually plays his nationals on. But the rink does change when the seating goes in, so we do have to remember that. But this is the rink 2 at Blackpool Newton Hall, but the seating and stands, when you see it off the camera there, that's actually positioned on rink 1 and 3, so it does take a little bit of effect onto our rink 2.
And I'm sure with normal play it's been stretched as well before this event, so make it.
Yeah, Mark Dawes is playing with Henselite Tigers, and I believe Graham McKee is playing with Arrows. I think the Revolutions. Just lists Arrows on his player profile. And as usual, the opening ends will be just the players finding their pace and line and length. Graham McKee has played here before. He qualified for the tour card. That's played here in May a couple of years back. He wasn't successful there. Memory banks can't just quickly off the top of my mind remember who he played. I think it was a first round encounter. Great ball there from Mark. Don't forget, any questions you want me to put to Nicky Brett, just send them through on the YouTube feed, on our Twitter feed at World Bowls Tour 1, or on Facebook. We'll put your questions to world number 1, world champion and defending champion here. We were talking about that last night in commentary, Nick. You almost take up a whole end just going through your current titles.
Yeah, kind of lucky at the moment. Things going quite well for me, so but I'm sure things will turn around as quick as they come.
Yes, it's very much a game of you enjoy the successes while they're with you. It's a great leveller. Well, Graham took a time out there in his first end. We were talking about this in the previous game, Nick. It's crucial to hang on to some of those timeouts, but also to take them when you feel you're likely to be rushed into a bowl, especially when you're a qualifier. You don't want to be rushed early doors.
Yeah, definitely. Mark's got electric personality today. He's certainly setting all the noises off the first two ends. But yeah, just getting back to the timeouts, they can become more crucial later on in the game. So ideally, you wouldn't want to be getting rid of one early, but needs must, I must say. When you have to take one, you have to take one.
Well, like you say, it's an interesting game here because Graham McKee, like I say, plays very well at the qualifiers. He's well known on the Irish circuit, Irish international. But it sometimes is a different kettle of fish altogether when you get out there against one of the world's best. Mark just asking this to ease down a touch.
Not come to too bad a spot, to be honest.
A lot of the players that are playing this week will be going on from here to the International Series and British Isles at Llanelli. The ladies actually starts on Friday of this week. British Isles, and then the men's series starts next Thursday. Mark Dawes is leading in that international series, and he skips one Nick Brett, I believe.
Yeah, very happy to have Mark leading up the front. World-class performer. Very nice. Hopefully the boys will give me an armchair ride.
Well, I think he was looking to put something in the way, but perhaps it's not as short as that. It's not in a bad place though, Nick. It does stop the timer down the gap.
Yeah, not easy to play a blocker. I'm probably one of the world's worst blockers.
Well, he's trying it down the forehand, and that has notoriously all week just held off if you're not the perfect weight. So Mark takes another shot at the second end. Leads 2-0 after 2 ends. We play 2 sets of 9 ends and if necessary a 3-end tie break. Quite amazing so far, Nick. We're into game 14 of the first round games and we've only actually had 1 tie break.
Yeah, unbelievable really. But I suppose the longer we talk about it, the longer it will go on. But sometimes you have like 6 tie breaks on the run, then have a tournament like this where there isn't any. It's just, unusually we've had some drawn sets this time, and you don't get too many of those.
Yes, I think we had 3 games on the bounce on the day one that had drawn sets. That's a good track here. Needs to just get back to centre. Yeah, we were chatting before this game started about the rankings. And of course this game, as well as the next game up, which we follow straight on after this with Les Gillett versus Jamie Chesney. And Jamie Chesney's the English qualifier that managed to qualify in all 3 tournaments. It wasn't through the tour card process. He actually won, I believe it was 16 games on the trot over a weekend. And he's the one that's given himself a shout of getting into the top 16.
Yeah, definitely. Jamie's one of the best players in the world that's currently not in the top 16, and he's got a big chance now to push himself in the next game.
And Graham playing a bit of a timer again here, just hanging off.
Probably was the right shot to play. Just got out there really.
So I think Mark will just try and slot one down the backhand. This is playing towards the commentary box. It's a nice big swing down here.
Yeah, he'll be looking to beat the 2 greens.
Just not running.
May get second prize here. Going to make it a degree harder.
Well, this is all on a perfect weight bowl here. Needs to be reaching. It's on a good track. Two shots to Mark Dawes gives him a 4-0 lead after 3 ends. Well, that's a nice little opening lead for Mark there, Nick.
Yeah, definitely. Mark will be really happy to sneak the first 3 ends just to settle himself down. I'm sure he knows it's a big game for himself, and this will be the perfect start for him. He knows, I would imagine he knows pretty much every inch of the rink, knows where he wants the jack.
He skipped his mixed fours rink to success last weekend at Lincoln. They've won the national mixed fours title now 3 times over the last 4/5 years, I think it is. It's very, very successful. And Mark's key in that.
Yeah, definitely not easy to win any national title, and if you winning multiples, it shows that you're a good player and playing with good players.
Yeah, well, he won that title playing with Emma Seed, Sue Kearsley and Jonathan Goodall. Jonathan Goodall's the manager here, Sue Kearsley the assistant manager here at Blackpool Newton Hall. Sue's just got into the ladies' international side, leading for Sandy Hazel. And she's got the British Isles coming up as well. Don't know who her skip is in that, but I think she won the pairs with somebody last year, Nick.
Yeah, I think she did.
Yeah, looking forward to travelling with Sue to play in the British Isles. We're good friends and we play very well together, so I'm looking forward to that. Oh, great ball, Mark Dawes.
The gap is 2.5 inches and you're 2.5 inches past jack high. One red.
Well, again, Mark Dawes in a very good position here, Nick, at the moment.
Yeah, he certainly is. Nice back one waiting for a receiving if he can. He might be high with this one, but oh no, he's coming.
We have had a viewer's question in and we just had to take a little bit of time there to just 100% confirm the answer. We've had the question who's the youngest player and who's the oldest player in the top 16. I think we were both pretty sure on who was the oldest player in the top 16. Our statesman for the game, Andy Thompson, MBE. But we were a little bit unsure about the age difference between Mark Dawes and Stuart Anderson, but just had a glance there, Nick, and Stuart Anderson's 2 years younger than Mark. He was born in 1985. I'll let you do your mathematics there at home.
Jack 10 to 7.5 metres.
Still sticking to this 27.5 metre jack.
Yeah, like I said, he'll know exactly where he wants it, and he seems to be putting it pretty similar. So he'll be looking to just keep plodding along, keep ticking the ends away as quick as he can.
He wasn't too happy with that one.
It's not a real disaster.
He always like Mark Dawes' player profile, Nick, because his favourite food's always named as ice cream.
He's like a big kid.
He is. I know he enjoys going out and having ice creams with his two sons, Thomas and Freddie. They were very proud of the dad. And being from Blackpool Newton Hall, I suppose ice cream's as good as a stick of rock.
Certainly is with Mark.
slightly bigger you, Mark.
Alright, thank you. Graham's last ball just past Jack Eye. No, no.
Oh yes, it's 3 inches past.
Thank you.
Well, it's a bit tough here for Mark because if he did play it down that backhand, which I think was what he was trying to picture, he might just shunt his own ball onto the jack. Choosing the right hand here, I think, Mark.
Yeah, he'll probably be looking to cover, just slide past for this one just in case, and then leaves him both options if Graham manages to sneak the shot next time.
Close. Might just have snuck it with that.
Certainly looks like he has, unless the angles are deceiving us.
One green.
Yeah, one green. Oh, just a little bit wide with what he was looking for then. On green, not sure how Graham can make a count out of this. He'll be glad to be on the scoreboard though.
Oh, forehand draw. If he gets a little nibble, he can make 3 of this.
Yeah, that's what he's looking at, I think. He'll have seen Mark's hang wide. Looks like he might have done similar.
Yep, just a little bit.
One shot, Graham Key.
Let's get Graham McKee onto the scoreboard. World number 16, Mark Dawes, has a 4-shot lead with 4 ends to play in this first set. At the Co-operative Funeralcare International Open 2016, hosted by Blackpool Newton Hall. Don't forget, any questions you'd like us to work with brain power to answer for you, please just put on the YouTube feed, Facebook or Twitter.
That bed's 29 inches.
Following game this afternoon is the Les Gillett versus Jamie Chesney game, and I'm being joined by Greg Harlow for that one. And the final game today, intriguing tie between Paul Foster, MBE, and young Scottish star John Fleming. I'm being joined by the man who's actually on the mat at the moment, Mark Dawes. Those players are quite happy to take your questions. If it's anything on rules about the WBT, we'll get one of the umpires, one of the directors of the World Bowls Tour, to give us your answers to get back to you. We like to feel you're involved and enjoying the coverage here on the World Bowls Tour YouTube stream.
Another good start from Mark there. He'll be pleased with his start so far.
Yes, he's not really been tested yet. He's just able to just get into his groove of his drawing. It's a bit like the Darren Burnett Billy Jackson game this morning. I think we all thought it was going to be a really good fireworks game, and Billy Jackson didn't look comfortable out there, and it just gave Darren Burnett the chance to settle and play his own game.
Yeah, you're really looking to settle. Mark's settled very quickly. Graham's not got into the run of it yet.
Good track again here from Mark. Swings back.
3 red.
3 red. If he picks up all 3 shots here, really does give him a very, very comfortable lead in this first set. And so it's not just a crucial game for him to win, because he wants to win it, because he'd love to go on and win the tournament outright, but also for Mark Dawes it's a key game for him to win to keep his chances of staying in the top 16 alive for next season.
Good
Great.
one here.
Great ball from Graham McKee.
Great bowl, but because of Mark's, head possession, he's still got a great chance to score heavily here. Just find a good one himself. A little bit of pace down the backhand.
Yeah, the ball will go clean. Interesting line, just under. Might get a result off the green ball. Graham McKee in the first set. 5-2 the score to Mark Dawes. One of the questions we had in the game earlier, Nick, was about the speed of deliveries of players as to whether it affects the shot clock. And we couldn't quite decide whether it was yourself or Mark Dawes has the quickest delivery on the mat.
Yeah, both of us pretty quick, I would say. I don't think it's the. Don't think anybody's got a problem with the shot clock as opposed to having time to deliver it. But it depends how long you want to take thinking about what you want to play. I think is the time delay. But I would imagine Mark and myself probably both give the finger ache to the shot clock operators, because you just start it and just stop it, I would say.
I think when the shot clock originally came in, Nick, I think most of the top players would try and work out, if they did have a slower delivery, how long it did take them to deliver a ball. I know Mark Royal was saying earlier he's got an idea when he wants to be back on that mat before he starts to go into his delivery.
Blimey, he's gone into it very deeply.
Or whether that just sounded good for commentary, I'm not sure. Well, Mark, down a very good track here.
Needs to fall backwards, as the crowners would say.
And of course Mark Dawes, that's what he does play during summer. He's a crown green player. Partly the reason why he's so quick off the mat, I would think, is his crown green background. Just taken up entering half marathons more recently, enjoys running. Again, good track. Still one green.
Yeah, I just wonder whether Graham will swap over here, try and beat the last red. If he doesn't, it's going to be difficult to cover Mark's last shot. If he can just get... Mark will be looking just a little touch.
Graham needs to just swing a touch now. Mark's got a big chance here. Just gets, like you say, Nick, a little touch on that jack. He could get a 3 out of this.
Yeah, he'll be looking for some disturbance, whether he plays the same as he's just done or swaps it over.
And even I suppose if he sits on his own red last bowl and sits back down, it's
He's certainly
chance.
a tighter line, so whether he can just get any contact inside of the green or on the jack now.
urging it to run. Yep, great bowl.
He may have made the two of that.
The umpire might be, yeah, Francis Fletcher being called on to decide which bowl's second. One's already been declared to Mark, so at end 7 it does mean that he takes a nice comfortable lead going into the last two ends. It's stayed quite a tight set score so far. Great shot there from the camera. 2 to red.
Yeah, Mark will be pleased with that. Played a good bowl. Keep his side of the board going.
Kings lead 7-2 after 7 ends. We've had a question through from a viewer, Nikki. How detailed of a game plan do you go into your matches with?
Well, I've got an idea what I'd like to do, and what hands I'd sort of start playing, and you know, if it doesn't work out, swap hands or swap lengths. It really does depend on what lengths your opponent prefers or how you're feeling yourself. If you're just not going well on one length, you're going to have to change anyway. But if your opponent is playing better on that length, you really might have to change. But I'm going a little bit more aggressive probably. But yeah, I know what hands I want to start playing, and reason what lengths I want to play myself first off. If they don't work, then you've got to sort of work on your feet really.
Yeah, I think that was quite a good question from a viewer, because obviously the other thing is that you'll sometimes go into these, in particular first rounds at World Bowls Tour events, playing against perhaps an overseas player or a player that you've never come across before, and you don't really know what sort of game they've got, whereas something like tomorrow's game, Nicky, you're playing somebody you know very well in Greg Harlow.
Yeah, that's true. You know, so myself and Greg know each other pretty well. The winner will have to play well. That's for sure. And it could be decided on a good or bad result with a runner. You know, and that probably is about the sum total.
Well, Mark Dawes is 5 up with 2 ends to play. I'll just be looking to close this set down now. Just reached again with this. Gives Graham a bit of a chance.
Yeah, good grouping from Mark, but
Good ball there. The possibility that he's holding 2. There he needs the 2 shots to give himself a chance going into the final end.
yeah, I think Mark would pretty confident he can lose 2 feet here. He's played the right line 3 times.
It's a great shot of what sort of line you've to give these bowls, Nick. It's quite a wide drawing hand this. He's short, I think. Oh, slap of the thigh there, not happy with that.
Yeah, he certainly likes a wide running bowl, Mark.
Well, it's a big chance here for Graham. If he could slot another bowl in here and measures in for 3. Gives him a chance in the last end of the first set.
You're not far away.
Doesn't want to touch the jack. He wants to touch it backwards, so to speak. I think that's possibly he's just made it 2.
Yeah. Well, he's certainly given himself a chance in the last end, as opposed to
Yeah, quite rightly so, Nick. He's calling for measures for.
definitely if it's that close. I know from my own experiences, if it is any chance of being in, the measure will tell you.
And the officials here very, very good. Steady hands. Have to have steady hands. Most times the cameras are on those hands.
Looks like it might be 3.
Yeah.
3 shots, Graham Key.
Well, Graham, actually right back in this set. Mark Dawes only leads by 2 shots, 7-5, going into the final end of the first set.
Yeah, Graham will be looking for a good first bowl here to
Put the pressure on.
definitely. This will be key to what happens in the end. You certainly don't want to be not much close playing your third bowl.
That is 28 metres.
He's urging this one on.
Doesn't look too bad. Doesn't want to. It's a decent effort, to be honest.
Yeah, it's not a bad start at all. No, Mark, just rest on that.
Last ball, how far short?
8 inches short of jack high.
That's a shot, yeah.
Very slightly favourite, yes.
Well, again, great effort by We've had a question in from a Kirsten Hutchinson. Is this an all-male tournament or are there ladies and mixed pairs? Well, the answer to that is it's an open tournament. So it's the top 16 in the world, whether they're male or female, in the WBT rankings, and 16 qualifiers. And again, they can be male or female. We had a lady qualify at the Scottish International Open from Canada. All the PBA events are open to any age, any sex, any ability. I think Richard Maddison was touching on this point in commentary last night about we have quite a few lady members of the PBA, but not all of them enter the qualifiers. But over the years we've had a number have qualified. There is only the World Championships that has a individual ladies world match play and mixed world match play. So I suppose your answer, Kirsten, is this is an open tournament. If you fancy having a go at it and being here next March, just join your local PBA branch and have a go at the qualifiers, which is exactly what Graham McKee did in Ireland. He won the Irish qualifier. And that is the nice thing about the PBA, Nick, isn't it? Anybody can play in it.
Yeah, open to all. It's all down to results at the end of the day. Looks like we're unsure here whether it's 1, 2. Mark only thinks it's 1.
Oh, he's conceded that one, so it's definitely 1. Our camera angles would say red, but as we said at the last end, got to take your chances sometimes. Hope. Calipers being brought out here. Probably one of the most accurate measuring devices. 2 arms there. Francis Fletcher will just move a dial to make sure those 2 arms touch the jack and the bolt. And then he'll come and check on the green bolt. It's like quite a gap there. I think it's just the 1.
Mark obviously felt that it was quite strongly his, so
One shot, 3 of the key. First set, Mark
Well,
ball.
it ended up being a very tight fought set towards the end of it. Mark Dawes dominated the first 4 ends, taking a 5-0 lead, but Graham McKee came onto a good game in that second half.
he did, yeah, he did. Only 1 shot in it. He'll be ruining a couple of misses early on in the set, but all in all, bodes well for a good close second set. And then, you know, you don't know what can happen if he can sneak the pressure on.
We've only had the 1 tie break here, and it can, I'm sure Murray Glassy, who won that tie break, won't mind me saying he played a very, very good first end of the tie break against Jonathan Ross. But the second end of the tie break to win it was a very fortuitous bowl. He got a ride off a short bowl to sit on the jack. And that's what can happen when you get into tie breaks, Nick. A little bit of luck can go your way.
A little bit of lady luck. Anybody who wins this tournament this week will look back and there will be 1 or 2 bits that may not be a horrendous fluke, but just a little slide off a bowl when they were 2 or 3 down to get the shot or make even more.
Well, Mark, looks a good track again.
Yeah, great correction from his first one.
Well, Graham will just be looking to reach that. I think he's underpowered this one. Don't forget, if you can stay with us this afternoon, following this game, we have Les Gillett versus Jamie Chesney, and then Paul Foster, Andy Lee versus John Fleming. And that will complete the first round games here. And then tomorrow morning at 9:30, we move into the second round games. Well, Graham, on a track with this.
Had the weight, just didn't need the touch.
Sandra will have a quick look for us. 1 red, she says. I think Graham was just a little bit unlucky there, really.
Yeah, definitely without the, or with less of a touch, he'd got enough to get there.
Well, Mark, just looking to sneak past that green ball and touch the jack. Close.
Yeah, just a little bit of something, that's all.
Graham just needs to turn his own bowl in, and he might have just reached too far. Tendency to not want to be short, and there's a chance there.
One shot, Mark Dawes.
Yep, just a bowl outside the line, really.
Mark took his chances when he won the tour card here 2 years ago, got himself into the all three ranking events, managed to tie a few rounds together. He'd already qualified in previous years and done well at the Scottish and Worlds. He's one of the ones that proves that the system of the PBA works. He's managed to get himself into the top 16, and it's vital, as we mentioned earlier in commentary, that he wins here today if he wants to remain in that top 16.
Yeah, it's definitely possible to get yourself up into the rankings, but the important thing about it is you've got to accumulate wins.
Oh, great ball from Graham there. Definitely settled down after those first 4 ends.
Yeah, good starts from both players now in the last 2 or 3 ends.
Mark's close again here. Great ball. Graham's got a similar reply though. Nick just touched the jack.
Yes, well, same bowl. He'll be right in the crux of it.
Looks in the area.
Has he got enough running just to stay up?
Great effort.
Graham's ball like far past the jack, Sandra, please.
The gap is 4.5 inches and it's 6 inches past Jack High.
Well, Mark can just play to his own bowl here. Little rest Graham's out.
Well, if he'd have got to his own solid, he might have sat it back down.
Well, Graham looks down a decent track. Definitely both players playing very well now.
Yeah, great end of bowls so far. Mark's not got a lot he can cover, well, not a lot of room for cover here. He's probably just got to hope that Graham doesn't play a snorter.
He's just checking the clock there. 9 seconds, 8. Plenty of time for a Dawesy delivery.
Bowl all 4 there.
Well,
Yeah, well, to be fair, he knew he couldn't be overly heavy to it, so hard shot.
that means Graham's still got to play the perfect bowl to just slip past that bowl. Touch the jack. He's been very, very close with every delivery. Looks in the area again here.
He doesn't. Mark doesn't want him to get a feather off the last one.
He nearly did as well. Well, 2 good opening ends to this second set. Mark Dawes leads it 2-0.
Similar score from the first set, isn't it, I believe?
Yep. So that means he should be scoring a 2 at this next end, does it?
We'll find out shortly.
27.5 metres.
Jack length with 7.5 inches.
Don't know whether Mark liked that on his delivery. It looks not so bad to me.
Yeah, run another foot, but it's not too bad.
Good track from Graham. Yeah, he's certainly starting to put Mark under a bit more pressure now.
Yeah, first bowls from both players are pretty good. Give them something to work with throughout the rest of the end, no matter what happens.
Close again here. Better weight, I think.
Okay. Low, it's 6 inches short of Jack high.
Players try to picture how the head's forming with the information that they get off the markers. Graham's just played this under the line to get to Mark's. Possibly a tough one to answer, but it's a good question. In a game when you lose your rhythm or confidence, do you do anything specific to try and re-establish that?
Probably you got to try and change the shots you're playing. If you've lost your rhythm, it'd probably be your drawing rhythm, or someone's playing very well against you. I'd probably try and change the shots I would play, or change the hands, or jack length. There's 2 or 3 different things you can do. It's probably easier to change hands you're playing to start with than the jack length, or if that's not even going, you might have to go shot selection.
Yeah, we noticed in the earlier game that when Billy Jackson was struggling for reaching, he tried to play a few runners to try and just loosen up a little bit and try and get some results.
Yeah, runners would help you to a degree, but they're probably not going to win you the overall game. Eventually you've got to get the drawing game back going. So there's a fine line between playing enough or too many runners so you completely lose the draw pace, but eventually you've got to be able to draw the shot.
So the answer to Christine really is to try and just change something, just try a different hand. Perhaps if you've got a jack, try a different length.
Yeah, it's hard to change the jack length if you're not winning ends. So probably the hands first.
Well, Mark's taking a 3-0 lead. We're playing end 4. It's like a good opener here again. I think you better take some chalk with you to the international series, Nick.
Yeah, I can just lean over and chalk plenty.
Touching Sander.
Very, very tiny gap.
Another question just come in from Kirsten for you, Nick. What age did you take up bowls?
I was 12.
What's that, 4 years ago, 5 years ago?
Yeah, I wish.
It's quite interesting, really. You tend to find that a lot of the top players have started to play because of family. Got involved when a member of the family played, or that sort of element.
Yeah, I was a pretty keen sports player of most sports. My father and grandfather played, and they were short one day, and I got dragged along to make the numbers up.
And Mark's played another good bowl here.
He's played 3 great bowls. Graham's fortunate enough to have made a plant onto him. Whether he can spot that from down the other end.
Well, he was into the plant, it just didn't get the result for him. I think it might still be 3 red.
Certainly looks that way from our shot.
This really puts Graham again in a situation where one loose end could really cost him the set.
Yeah, it's. I'm not quite sure whether he's going to stick with the backhand draw or be quicker for the bowls to try and reduce the count.
Forehand, so opting for the quicker shot.
They go pretty quick if you've not got enough on them.
There we go, that means that the current world number 16, Mark Dawes, takes a 6-0 lead after 4 ends in the second set. He won the first set by the narrowest of margins, 7-6. Needs to win this game to keep his chances of staying in the top 16 alive. He knows that. A lot of pressure if you're a homester as well, because crowds have been used to watching you win league games and they expect you to go out there and then win a big game.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for Mark, he's fairly laid-back character, so he'll be able to take all that in his stride. But nevertheless, there will be some expectation from people in the crowd and himself. So, and up to yet, he's played, more than adequate.
Well, Graham's on a good track. Just needs to run. Finish nicely down this hand if you just get the right weight with them.
Yeah, neither player's got one right on the top yet, but Mark just holds the advantage. And it'll be a tricky route in now, trying to avoid.
Slips inside it. He's got a good bowl here. It was unfortunate really to just get wrecked on Mark's bowl. Like you say, Mark's bowl was really on the way in.
Yeah, not going to be easy to add or draw the shot now, because you'll either have to beat half a bowl under or wide of the line.
Needs to turn his own bowl on this line.
Big old size 5s take a bit of getting up and over.
As Nick pointed out there, Mark does just play with size 5 balls. You don't see many players about nowadays that play with a size 5. We've had a number in this tournament.
Yeah, I think the most play with a size 4. I think some do play with a size 3, some do play with a 5, but I think 3/4, if not 80% of the players play with a 4.
I think this might be an occasion where Mark has to take a time out.
I know, call. Mark has full time out remaining.
No point in rushing the shot at this stage.
He'll be just looking to play the same, really. His weight were good. If he gets under either the reds with that weight, it'll be enough.
Don't think he's quite reaching with this.
He's not going to make Graham's any easier. Unless Graham's going to come under his own green for marks.
I think that's what he's sort of looking at, that angle. Even if he got a piece of the bowl, he just had his toe next to his own, the green bowl short of your screen. Turns that, it wouldn't be a disadvantage, but he's 6 shots down and there's only 5 ends to play. He has to win this set.
I just wonder whether he's got 1 second or 2 seconds.
Well, this is hanging off. That might have turned that in for 2.
With our angles, I thought Mark's one was one of his closest ones, but obviously not. The one he just kicked away first.
You know, sometimes our camera angles can be very deceiving. Here, we haven't got the overhead cameras yet. They'll be in by the time we go live with the first game tomorrow night. I believe the coverage starts at 5:30 tomorrow night on Sky. Of course, don't forget we are with you throughout the tournament on the YouTube stream. You can stick with us on that, but the first game live tomorrow night will be one Nicky Brett versus Greg Harlow.
Yes, hopefully we can do it justice in the first game on live.
Well, Graham's giving himself a chance. That just needs to, yeah, he's changing the length here, Nick. I think it's needs to get Mark off that 27.5 metre. That's a questioning from the viewers again, Nick. Do you think you can play the game too much?
Well, there is a fine line between how much you need to play to keep your rhythm going. But me, I do like to play, you know, 3, maybe 4 times a week to keep a good rhythm going. Certainly before a big tournament. And if you're not going well, yeah, probably a few days off just recharges the batteries and makes you forget about all the stuff that may be not going right, or just to have a break.
I think it's quite an interesting question, is that, because also you tend to play a lot of competitive games, which is good. There's a lot of people that go out and practice virtually every day, and
Yeah, I mean, practice is not necessarily for me, to be honest, because you can practice and put them near all day long, but it's not going to be under any game situations, as I like to say. So me, I'd like to play competitively when there's something on it, whether it be a league game, knockout competition. Because if you're just practicing, there's nothing, win, lose or draw. It doesn't matter if you miss.
well, Mark needs to catch hold of this. If he misses this, well, Graham McKee draws another one in here. It puts Mark Dawes under a lot of pressure with his last bowl. The question on practicing is always very interesting. Somebody like David Gawley arrives at these tournaments, and obviously he doesn't play where his home is now in Sitges, and he gets as much practicing on the carpet as he can, whereas you do find some of the players, likes of Graham out here now, has come along and perhaps had one practice session before they've played. I think it's just down to the individual with that, Nick, really.
But yeah, it is. It's whatever you're happy with. And David's obviously, exceptional talent makes a difference as well.
Well, Mark, need to try and get in here.
Just over the pace, I think.
Well, it's 3 shots here.
3 shots, Graham McKee.
Well, that certainly brings this set back in his sights, Nick.
Yeah, Mark went for the runner with a second bowl, which was, probably the right shot, to be fair, but he was unlucky, got it out the rink and pushed a green bowl with it. And Graham added 2 more. Mark just slid through the gap with both.
He's playing this 25.5 metre jack. Not a bad opener again. Under the line. If Graham can score at this end, end 7, we always say it's a crucial end in a 9-end set.
Yeah, both players will be looking to score.
Very true. If Mark Dawes can score, it'll put all sorts of pressure on Graham McKee, because he's got to win this set. Mark Dawes won the first set. Graham's got to win this set to take us into only our second tie-break of the event so far.
Alright. Short jack out.
The winner of this game will face Darren Burnett on Thursday morning. Good ball from Mark.
Yeah, first 2 real good ones for Mark on there. Graham might even go at these, I would say.
His natural game would be to play a runner here, and he looks on target.
Yeah, it's where it ends up now.
Here we see it again on the replay. Ball
Good
on
strike.
Yeah.
It's unlucky where it's finished. It's going to be a shootout now, but Mark's got 2-1.
all its pace. Further it runs now. He's still leaving Graham a little bit of room there. Pressure on this ball though, because he's 2 shots down in the head.
Yeah, he won't really want to be settling for second. And even if he gets the shot, Mark's got a shot to take him away.
Looks a great line here, Nick.
Certainly played it very well. Looks as though he just got the shot. Awkward position for Mark as well, because dropping under that might not be enough to get him the shot.
He's on a higher line than he was with his last delivery. Oh, this looks good.
Played it well. Played it well. Backed himself to draw the shot, and Julie did so.
Well, what Mark doesn't want now is a repeat of his end 8 of set 1 where he dropped to 3. Because after 7 ends in this second set, he's 7-4 up. Just needs to count a shot at this end. I think he's just having a sneaky look at the scoreboard there, Nick. I saw him look across, so...
Yeah, he'll just be composing himself. He'll be saying to him, saying to himself, nothing silly, and see, you get down to the last end. If you do lose this end, don't lose multiple shot, really, because if he dropped to 1 here, it wouldn't be a disaster. To be fair, he'd be looking to score, but if he happens to drop a shot...
It still means Graham's got to try and get a 3 on the last end to win the set. I think that's sometimes the spectators in the crowds and at home. When you're used to playing sets play, that's how your mind works, but you've got to think ahead of that. You've got to think you've only got 2 ends left. You've got a 3-shot lead. Dropping a 1's not a disaster, but ideally, like you say, Nick, if he counts here, that's the game over.
Correct.
Looks like a good one to me.
Yeah, he'll be very happy with that one.
18 inches short, Jack high, and the gap's about 14 inches.
Last ball.
The last ball, the gap's 2.5 inches.
2.5 inches, not too bad. Not too shabby at all. Well, he's in the area. Very close. He was unlucky there.
Yeah, just arguably 6 inches foot over the pace if you're looking to draw. Perfect draw.
If he'd have put that ball in before Mark put his there, it would have been a different story. It's often who's
Mark
in
will be
first.
diving for cover now.
Yes.
And Graham just asking if he's got 2 seconds there.
Just wondering whether you can see the corner of it from the other end, whether he can just pop it out without touching anything else.
Well,
He certainly hit the target. It's where it all ends up now.
well, if that
He's
goes
got a
on
good result, and roll
lovely
reversal
spot.
from last end. Wherever Mark puts this, Graham's got a chance to score 2 or 3.
Yeah, wherever Mark puts this ball, if it's not hidden away, Graham can have a run at it. Try and get the count he needs to give him a chance in the last end. And some good bowls played in this second set, Nick.
Yeah, like I say, Mark got away in both sets.
Well, I can only see Graham going at this bowl really, because I mean, it's one of those, he's left room to draw, has Mark, but the easier shot, I think, would be to
Well,
play the ball off.
two twos would do it, but if drawing the one would be difficult to get a 3 last end, so I think he's got to go for the bowl, really.
Misses this. Mark Dawes is through to the second round. Gets it. And we go into the last end of the second set. He's watching it. He's watching it. Well, what a great ball from Graham McKee there.
Perfect. I mean, he even played it the way to stop himself. That was the harder way of playing it, but absolutely sweet. All to play for on the last end, both players.
Well, again, Mark Dawes has dropped a 3 on the 8th end of a set. In this case, it ties the scores up at 7-all, playing the last end. Perfectly weighted bowl there from Graham McKee.
Definitely. Mark played a great end, to be fair. Second bowl, inch away maybe. Covered with the third. Graham played a runner. Both of his bowls came through, Mark's didn't. And then played a great last bowl. Mark would have been happy with his last because he didn't make a big target.
It forced Graham to try and play the perfect shot, and he did. So, Mark Dawes wins this end. Game over. Graham McKee wins this end, and we're going to tie-break time. Nervy time now for Mark Dawes out there, especially with all the pressure on the ranking. And
yeah, he'll be thinking, what have I got to do now? Because to be fair, he's done nothing wrong. Dropped 2 threes.
might have just overreached with this. That could be the nerves and pressure. He wouldn't want to be short though, Nick. He wants to give himself a chance.
Yeah, he wouldn't want to block his get-out shot with the first bowl at the end.
Graham looks better here. Just hung off. Still room for Mark. Graham certainly deserves to be in this set. He's played some great bowls this second set. Sure everybody back home in Northern Ireland will be very proud with the way that Graham's played.
Mark likes this one.
He's following it up. It's just gone through. He wanted to touch on the jack really there.
It's gone further than I thought it was going to. He might still be the shot.
Very close. Was the cry from Sandra McLeish. To be fair, I think we all thought that Mark was right on it there, and it just
Kept
went
coming.
at right angles. Yeah.
Graham looks a bit short with this one, I think.
Well, this is Mark will have a look himself, but similar to his last bowl, touch on the jack.
Yeah, all unsure, to be honest. Everyone's having a...
It must be close then, Nick, if they've all had a good look at it.
Yeah.
Similar bowl, touch the jack mark. And he's on a wide enough drawing line.
All down to weight now. Looks like he might just have too much, has he? Oh, he's got the shot now on the full.
One red and a measure.
One red and a measure. Mark won't be bothered about the measure bit. He'll just be bothered about the one red. Graham's got a chance here as well.
Yeah, still chance, but huge amount of pressure on this bowl to stay in.
Well, this bowl from Graham McKee to stay in the Co-operative Funeralcare International Open here, 2016 at Blackpool Newton Hall. Can he just draw it? He's looking to just draw inside the last delivery from Mark Dawes. Looks on a good track.
Yeah, it
Nick.
certainly looks like he's coming well. Has he got enough on it?
All on his pace here. Oh, it's just given up. One shot to Mark Dawes. The hoster goes through 7-6-8-7. Thanks for your company, Nick.
Not a problem.
And remember to join us after this short break for Les Gillett versus Jamie Chesney.
Ladies and gentlemen, give both players a round of applause. Thank you, man. And your next match will follow very shortly. Just come on, give it a try, Les.
Yeah, she's alright. Yeah, she's at work. Maybe about the Wi-Fi. I don't know if she's out watching. No, it's a bit dodgy down in Devon.
Sunday was a lot of static electrics. Yeah. Sunday was static electrics. One. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Sorry to keep you waiting, ladies and gentlemen. A little case of static coming up the carpet, which is causing these discharges you're hearing. We're just trying to see if there's... Yeah, there's static coming off the carpet. When they touch, when they were touching their things, it was discharging. Amazing. Technology. Right, well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for your next match of the afternoon, so welcome here to the Funeralcare International Open.
And let's bring your players on. Well, he's a professional Bowls Association qualifier. He reached the quarterfinals of the World Indoor Singles in January. Let's welcome England international Jamie Chesney. And up against him, ladies and gentlemen, this player won the very first International Open ever staged, ladies and gentlemen. English international, it is Les Razor Gillette. Commentary with Janice Gower and Greg Harlow.
Yeah, thank you very much, Richard. Very interesting game here now, the 15th game of the opening rounds of the Co-operative Funeralcare International Open here, 2016 at Blackpool Newton Hall. And I'm joined in commentary by the Scottish International Open champion. I'll just turn that off our headsets, hopefully before it deafens you, Greg. There seems to be some trouble out there with static or feedback on the speakers. Well, yeah, welcome to commentary, Greg.
Yeah, quite a welcome. Thanks very much.
And we do provide paracetamol if required.
Yeah, this should be a cracking game. Both players in good form. Obviously, both players looking to progress in the tournament. Both players needing the 10 points. A lot at stake. What a great opening bowl.
Yes, we mentioned in the game before, Mark Dawes needed to beat Graham McKee to give himself a shout at the staying in the top 16. The young man that was just in your screenshot there, Jamie Chesney. He's got here by qualifying it in all 3 events. Not talk hard, qualified, won 16 consecutive games over a weekend down in Poole. And he's now given himself a shot of getting into the top 16. Incredible feat really, Greg, to win through in all 3 competitions as well.
Yeah, Jamie's been through a good number of times over the years. Sometimes he's done really well, sometimes he's been slightly unlucky. But he knows today he needs to win. He needs these 10 points to stand a chance to break in. I don't think he'll feel the pressure too much. I think he's quite established and he knows what he's doing. He'll just be buckling down, hopefully playing great bowls. Good start here from both players. Slightly unlucky. If he'd have cleared the green bowl there, he was in for shot. Probably forced Les to change his hand. Looks a nice little sort of split there on the draw. That would be a case of the first person to get into that split. No, Les going to stick to his backhand, obviously left-handed. And why not? He played 2 good ones, so why not try and play a third?
Yeah, one of the more flamboyant players on the tour, Les Gillett. And one of the really strong left-handers as himself and Mark Royal in the top 16. Both very good players.
There we go, he's filled the gap from the other hand. He spotted the danger and he just went about it a different way. Jamie playing the runner early. Probably looking for his own green bowl solid into the head, or the last red one into the head.
It was unfortunate really there. He's got a poor result. He was on target, just slightly under what he wanted.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been the target bowl he was after, but obviously he hit the target and then, as you say, didn't quite get a result. Les staying at the mat, deciding not to visit the head.
Jamie Chesney's not frightened of playing a runner. Both of these players have got every shot in their toolbox, so to speak.
Got to be slightly careful here. If he decides to play weight, he cannot afford to push the front red bowl onto the jack because he would drop 4. Might opt for the forehand draw. Yeah. Only a couple of inches to draw the shot.
It's a good hand here. It'll make it all the way back if he's got the right pace.
I was talking to Les earlier today. We were having a chat outside, and he was saying how much he was very much looking forward to this game. Really can't wait to get started, and certainly proved that on the first end. Great bowls.
A player that plays with an awful lot of confidence in his own game, Greg. He'll have come into this tournament quite happily thinking that he's every chance, if he plays well, of winning the tournament.
29 uses.
As Richard mentioned in the opening there, he won the very first one, and he was a qualifier. He was the first one to get through qualification and actually go on and win the tournament.
Yeah, the thing you find with Les is if he finds his first bowl, he tends to find all 3 and 4, and he's a hard man to stop. If he struggles a bit with his first bowl, he can struggle a little bit through the whole end, but certainly started well here, and very much of his game is based around the first 2 bowls.
And Jamie's on a good track as well. Yeah, for those people out there that like to know what the players are playing with, Jamie's part of the Team Aero group, and I believe, Greg, I think you said that Les is playing with his Green Master Pro line, and those were the bowls, if memory serves me correct, that he's been most successful with on the tour.
Yes, absolutely. He's tried 1 or 2 other sets and 1 or 2 other different models, but he's gone back to the ones that he's used over the years, as you say, been very successful with them, and I think he feels very comfortable and he likes the line that they take. And as you say, very much a confidence player. When he leans like that, he normally thinks he's a touch thin, so let's see. Yeah, it's bending over now. Yeah, you could see by his body language he thought he was just a touch under the line. Quite strange, really. Great opening end and quite loose second end. Chance here for Jamie to step in.
I think with all 3 games so far, this has been the way, the playing away from where our commentary position is. Seem to have been the looser ends playing in that direction, Greg. I don't know what that reason is, but just seems to have been so far today. That's how it's gone.
Yeah, I think it is probably slightly harder to hit a consistent line in that direction.
Well, he seems to be on a good track here. If his weight's anything like, it'll do all the trip back to the middle for him. Oh, could have just been unlucky there, sat out, I think.
Certainly 1 down, possibly still 2 down. If he's still 2 down, he's been incredibly unlucky.
Yep, 2 green from Francis Fletcher there.
It was a great bowl from Les, to be honest. It deserves shot, certainly deserves second. To be 2 down is quite hard, to be honest.
Well, Jamie will be looking to try and slot in a third if he can. Just stopping short, I think.
2 shots, Jamie Kesley. Set score 2-2 after 2 ends.
Well, it's scores tied after 2 ends of this first set. We play 2 sets of 9 ends, and if necessary, a 3-end tie-break. We've only had 1 tie-break so far in these opening rounds.
Yeah, very unusual to get to the 15th match of the tournament and only to played 1 tie-break. This one though, this could be the second. To be, as you say, both players very even.
Well, again, Les looks down a good line here. Just done enough, I think.
Yeah, wins the shot, and it's finished in an awkward position. Probably, yeah. Jamie just swapping to the backhand. A little bit more room there. A little bit extra swing off that hand as well. Needs to just miss his own.
Yep, made it in, I think.
Is that one green, Francis?
One green, please.
My ball, please.
15 inches to Jackson.
15 inches there. 3 chances for Les. He could draw inside, outside, or even a little touch on his own bowl to score the shot.
Yeah, on a good track again. Every roll now. I wonder if this is going to be one of those ends that it changes who's holding shot with every bowl. It's gearing up for one of those.
Certainly has so far. Good wide line in here. Big finish from this hand. The weight's right, he'll get all the way back. Just not quite sent it.
Yeah, still very safe for Les down this side of the rink for him to promote his own bowl or just slip past it. I would think ideally he'd be wanting Greg.
Yeah, either or will be fine. Doesn't want to be short, but he is. That was a bit of a poor one from Les. He could afford just to arrive that, as you say, turn either of his in. Don't think there's any takeouts on. I think it's just a backhand draw. Jamie very adventurous, but yeah, to draw the correct shot this time.
He just slips round his own bowls. It would hide as well.
Line certainly good enough. Weight looks better this time. Perfect.
Yeah, great ball there from Jamie.
One green.
And again, had Les' third bowl been past the jack, he would have options. But doesn't look like he's got much of an option. Just try and draw right up to it. Maybe a little squeeze. He might manage to win the shot.
Oh, he's trying to get to his own second bowl. I think it's just under. Might have rocked Jamie's bowl in. Jamie's having a look at it. Just the one. Jamie Chesney takes a 3-2 lead after 3 ends in the opening set. Don't forget, as I mentioned in commentary before, I've got Greg with me for this game. If you've got any questions you'd like me to put to Greg, just pop them on our Twitter feed at World Bowls Tour 1, on the YouTube stream, or to Facebook. And the game after, which is Paul Foster MB versus John Fleming. I'm joined by the winner of the previous game today, Mark Dawes. So any questions for Mark, let us know them later and we'll certainly ask them. I like to think that you're involved with the YouTube. We like to keep you involved and informed as best we can. And now's your chance to ask questions. While we're on YouTube, we can do that for you. Great opener by Jamie. Les is on a good track here as well. We're in for a really good game here.
Bit of a grimace there from Jamie. Be looking just to pass the head if he can. Obviously wants to count a good second, but he'd like to be just past, and I think he's slightly overplayed from what he wanted. Finished very well.
It's hard to tell with the players sometimes. Normally if they do a grimace, you know it's going to be not exactly where they want it. However, with Darren Burnett, he grimaced at a bowl earlier and it drew a side toucher, Greg. He obviously wanted it as a back toucher or a front toucher, but...
Yeah, he obviously knew he was wide.
Les just overplayed it. He might sit in for second bowl. There's one thing for sure we've seen over the whole course of the competition so far. There's nothing for short. Short bowls don't give you anything to play at. And both of these players will be well aware of that.
Touch on the jack for 3 here. Very good 2.
3 green.
It's 3 to green. Might as well try and change something here. Looks in the area. Just held off again, Greg. We've seen that so many times. Ball's just holding off on that. Well, our forehand, his backhand, coming back down from the commentary box.
Mind you, he did have quite a lot of weight on there, so I was not surprised that one didn't move too much. Went very quickly at that. Not one of your best, Jamie.
No, I think there might be a bit of a grimace there. He was looking to obviously not make the head any bigger, but he would have been looking for a counting bowl. And Les choosing to come and have a look at this.
Yeah, I think Jamie's intention probably was to try and drop about a yard short to count, but also block. And just missed the line, I think. Leslie going down to have a look at the angles. His decisions, I think, are probably shall he just play a pushing weight to try and just slide the jack over to his own red bowl, or a driving weight to destroy the head. Depends on the angles. We'll soon see by the shot he plays how he thinks it's laying. I think he might go a little bit more controlled this time, Janice. Not quite so much power.
Yeah, like you say, I'll have looked at his angles himself. He's
a little bit less, but I think he's under this.
Yeah, under the line there.
That's not Les's strongest part of his game.
Just looking to see who's holding third shot here.
I mean, on the screen it looks red by a mile, but it just shows you how the angles are massively different on the rink, doesn't it?
It does, and if it is 3 or 4...
I think it'll only be 3 because they're measuring the green first. I don't think they're looking at the front one.
Our screen is not deceiving. It looks like it's red by quite a considerable amount. I say God loves a tryer, Jamie.
2 shots, Jamie Chesney.
2 shots to Jamie Chesney. Gives him a 5-2 lead after 4 ends. Both of these players are England internationals. They'll be making their way down to the international series at Llanelli next week. A lot of bowls at this time of year, Greg, for the top players.
Yes, sort of backs up one week after another, to be fair. Busy time of the year. Jamie really getting into a good rhythm now. Last 3 ends, rolling them in for fun.
Yeah, great ball by Jamie. Let's just try to play to get a connection. I think he's tried the same again, Greg, but he looks just on the wide side this time.
Yeah, Les has lost his drawing at the moment. He's just letting Jamie get in first and dominate, and if you do that, you're going to find yourself in trouble end after end. And as I said, Les's strong part of his game is drawing the first two in.
And Jamie's here again. And that gives Les a little bit more of a target to play at. Still think he just needs the draw though, Greg. Draw to that last bowl, saves.
Yeah, he certainly can't afford to drop another 3. Better line this time from Les. Needs dead pace to get back.
It's in the area.
That's a good bowl. Yeah, great bowl that. It gives him second and it gives him options. The 2 bowls at the back now very much in play. Pretty sure Jamie will cover those now. He lays the shot. He won't want to drop 3 at the back of the rink. Anything past these 2 red ones is a good bowl.
Yep, you call that one right. He's gone for a bit of cover there.
Still available for Les to turn the jack for 3, but now he has to be more precise and play a dead pace. He can afford probably about 15 to 18 inches of pace just to turn the jack for 3 now, rather than the clean run through.
Looks on a decent track for it.
Looks a touch wide to me.
You see.
One shot, Jamie Chesley.
That's why you're the Scottish International Open champion and I merely sat behind the commentary box.
No, not really. It just tends to be when you've got that little bit of pace, as you say, that it just holds the line in a little bit. You have to play it just a fraction under what you think. And that's the difference being out on the rink and playing it. You can see the shots, and not saying you can produce them when you want them, but you know where they need to be to get them right. Jamie's looking very comfortable at this moment in time. The last three or four ends he's absolutely dominated.
6-2 up after 5 ends. We've got 4 ends left. It's 4 up with 4 ends to play.
Les needs to get his first bowl going.
Yeah, I thought the way he started in the first end, Greggy was going to be really dominating, but Jamie shook it up a bit and he's the one in control at the moment. He's steering this again with his body, Greg, so I must feel he's slightly under. I think this is a good bowl.
Yeah.
Les plays a lot of bowls. He plays a lot of the open tournaments. Enjoys his bowls. Travels quite a bit for bowls. Of course, the winner of this game will play the winner of the next game up. Stick about as well this afternoon because we do follow this with Paul Foster MBE, currently world rank 2, versus John Fleming, the youngster from Scotland. I think we're in for another good game there. John Fleming played Paul Foster in the Scottish International Open and only just got beaten. And he's since then gone on to win the Scottish National Singles title. So he'll be one of your competitors in the British Isles next week, Greg.
I played John in the British Isles singles. First up.
So you'll be
Next Monday.
keen eyes on that game after this to see what he's like.
I probably have a little look, yes. Why not? I practiced with him the other day, actually. Rolled very well. Well, Jamie, after 3 or 4 brilliant ends, gone walkabout, and probably the first big pressure bowl for him. Ben Twist enjoying the action.
And Cody Altoff, the one that caused the first shock, took Jason Greenslade out. That was the man you saw in red there from Canada.
This will be interesting. And sticking with the draw. Needs to find a good one.
Well, what's his pace like with this, Greg?
He needs to pass his front one. I think he's diving under.
Well, huge opportunity for Les Gillett here to tie the first set up.
To be fair, I don't think Les will believe his luck after the last few ends. How close Jamie's been to the jack to be given this sort of room to score a full house 4. Level the scores at 6-all. I'd back him to do this. That doesn't look good, but normally it's a sign with Les, it's bang on the money. When he looks down, clicks his fingers, and you think, oh, he's blown it, it's normally dead on the money.
Slightly overplayed,
Yeah,
Greg.
he has overplayed that one. It was a let-off.
3 shots and let's go it.
Well, it still puts him back in this set. Les Gillett's on 5, Jamie Chesney's on 6. 3 ends to play. It's turned into the good game we thought it would be.
Wonder now whether Les might change the jack a little bit. He's obviously been playing sort of second to Jamie in the last 3 or 4 ends. He might just go for a different jack length. Change things about a bit. No, looks similar, doesn't it? They both look like they're playing similar lengths. We're not quite getting the jack lengths in here, but it's
28.5 metres,
Yes.
yeah. I think they've had to turn the umpire's PA off because I think that was what was possibly causing that wonderful headache back feed we were getting earlier, Greg. It's a very intimate stadium here at Blackpool Newton Hall, very low ceiling. And the TV cameras are setting up now to go live on Sky tomorrow night at 5:30. And we might be just getting a little bit of interference happening there. First game tomorrow night, 5:30 on Sky TV, is one Nick Brett versus Greg Harlow. Yeah, I spoke to Nick about that in commentary just before. I was saying about one of the questions he had in from the viewers was about game plans, Greg, and
I've heard he's shaking in his boots, Janice. That's what I've heard.
you heard the commentary then.
No, I didn't.
No, he was asked by one of the viewers about does he have a game plan going into games, and we touched on the fact that it's a different game plan when you play somebody you know well as to somebody that you've never perhaps seen play before.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be too many game plans or tactics. It'll be just a case of who can get the closer out of the two of us, and then whether we connect or miss with our running and conversion bowls, to be honest with you. Very much looking forward to it, as I'm sure Nick is.
That was virtually textbook what he said. He said whichever one of you wins is going to have to play well, and it could be down to a couple of results on runners that makes the difference.
Hopefully we'll put a good exhibition of bowls on, and it'll be there for all to enjoy. And of course, hopefully I just sneak it on a tie-break 2-1.
I'll be watching that intently.
Wow. Unusual for Jamie. Jamie normally very, very consistent with those running shots. Les lays 2 shots, but they're very vulnerable.
I think he just had a quick glance over at the scoreboard there as well, Greg, to see what the situation was. We're end 7, the famous end 7 in a 9-end set.
Yeah, he lays 2 good shots, but he knows they're very vulnerable. Could both go out with a good Jamie drive. Oh, this is excellent stuff from Les.
Yep, 3 red.
Can't do any more than that as a player. All you can do is draw them in and then sit back and watch. I'm pretty sure Jamie's drive will be on target here. And then it's just a case of let's see what result he gets. Yeah, bang on target here. Looking for the jack, clean into the ditch. Great shot. Great shot.
Great shot, brilliant result.
And from Les's point of view, he couldn't do much about that. He drew 3 great bowls in. and he just had to hope that Jamie missed, but obviously there Jamie didn't. Great shot. And that's the little smile that Les has given him now. You bugger, I knew you were going to do that. He was going to say something along those lines.
The trouble is, like you say, when there's a target like that, you know he's going to be in the area for it, and it's just a question of whether it goes to your back bowl or, in that case, Jamie's own ball followed through with it. Scores 7-5 to Jamie Chesney. 2 ends left to play in this opening set.
It's 13.5 metres.
It's gone to a 30.5 metre jack. Not many people have gone for a shortened jack today. We thought in the first game with Darren Burnett and Billy Jackson that Billy might have tried to change the length of jack. But again, it's just all to do with what length you feel comfortable with. What length you feel your bowls can get back to the middle on. He's steering again, Greg.
Yeah, I'm just going to fade under. And realistically, Les needs to win this end. If he drops a 1, I feel that a 3 is too much on the last end. So he knows that. He knows he needs to win this end to stand a chance on the 9th. Jamie also knows that if he wins a 1, he's got a great chance of closing the first set out.
This looks to just be running through a touch. Well, Les, you've got a chance here. Jamie's kind of letting you off.
Probably the biggest hand on the rink, this one. Swings back a lot at the end. You have to be right out there. Then at the death, here it comes. Just slightly overplayed. If not, that would have got back. Don't think the winner's been played this end yet.
Well, this looks down a good track as well. This could be it if it's perfect pace. Still chances. Let's drop short.
It's 12 inches past jack high.
Yes, this type of position you really must take advantage. At this level there's enough room. You really must get in. He's got the lean on again. Is he wide enough?
Well, he's got to have the pace to get past Jamie's bowl there. Just got a nice nudge on it. Might have slowed it up enough.
On green.
No, it's still 1 green.
Jamie very determined. He still knows he needs a better bowl than that to win the end.
I think Les is coming up to have a look at this.
Jamie's body language is saying he absolutely detests this one.
Well, after such close ends, this is probably the most open end we've seen from these two guys in this game.
Yeah, I don't think Les has come down to really look at angles or shots. He's just looking to slow it down a little bit, concentrate the mind and say, come on Les, just pop down there, draw the shot, go into the last end 1 down.
Great view there of our countdown. We get 30 seconds to deliver the bowl. The last bowl coming to rest.
Looks to me just straightforward draw. If you happen to touch the jack, you can make a double. But he needs to make the shot. Could try and take the green bowl out, but it's a lot harder to do.
Les has 3 timeouts remaining.
You might also be thinking, I've had 3 draws and I've not drawn it. Might be worth a runner to try and take the shot out. Be lots of things going through his mind.
Got to make that decision before you stand on the mat though, Greg. You don't want to be in 2 minds when you step onto the mat. Gone for the draw.
Looks to be the right shot, I would have thought.
Looks a great height as well.
Any touch on the jack for 2.
Well, great bowl there from Les Gillett. Well, that makes it exciting times going into the last end of this first set. The score's 7-all. You say that was a good time to, and a good thing to show the viewers about using a timeout. He used it more to just calm himself than do a shot selection as such.
Yeah, he knew how big that bowl was. He knew if he failed there, probably going to lose the set. He probably wasn't going to get a 3 on the last end, and just psyched himself up and played a brilliant bowl. The touch on the jack was the bonus, and now it's all to play for. And probably Les are slightly happier. I think Jamie's been a touch more consistent in the game.
Just the last 2 ends, really, Greg, that he's he struggled a bit. 2 or 3 ends. He played a loose end on end 6 to let Les in with a counter 3. Well, if this touches the jack, it's a great opener.
You get to this position and this is like a tie-break end, and exactly Jamie's gone first bowl, jack in the ditch.
Very close.
Second prize, bowl out, follow through.
You heard the ooze from the crowd there. They would be just expecting him to draw that bowl in. We know Jamie's game, and like you say, a tie-break end. Quite a few of the players, if the first lead bowl is set up level with the jack, will go for jack in ditch or sit bowl out solid. Good reply from Les. But a lot more room to draw there for Jamie than the half inch he had earlier.
Needs to stop. Brilliant bowl. Brilliant.
Great bowl.
Now all the trouble is with Les.
4 inches plus jack.
Les might be fancying reaching into this now himself.
Certainly is. He's going for jack in the ditch.
Needs to bend, I think. Oh, he's getting that bowl away.
It's a live bowl.
Yeah, that was Jamie's toucher, and at this game, if that goes in the ditch, it remains live. See marker Francis Fletcher just marking that in the ditch.
Jamie drawing away. Wants to put another close bowl in. Ideally would love to just to touch the jack out of sight, or finish in the middle of the rink and hide the jack.
Well, where that's finished, Greg, I think and also just seeing where the toucher was in the ditch, I think Les has got to play a similar shot, surely.
Yeah, same shot. Nice bit of pace. Try and run the jack off into the ditch. I'm not sure whether he can get the bowl out clean, but he might be able to get the bowl out clean. And obviously with Jamie's in the ditch, he's just got to trust to luck a little bit that he follows it on and follows and finishes closer in the ditch than Jamie's live bowl. He's played it a touch less weight to allow it to turn a touch more.
He's certainly watching it.
Very close this time.
Looks better.
No, not quite. Great attempt.
Yep, that will have joined Jamie's toucher in the ditch, I would think. Yeah, one shot to Jamie Chesney, and he takes the first set 8-7.
He was slightly unlucky there, got the jack good, but then he just ran into the shot bowl a little bit solid, a little bit thinner glint, and he would have followed that through. Good strike, good hit, and just slightly unlucky he didn't get the follow through.
Great opening set though, Greg. Be interesting if they both keep this form up in the second set. You could be right about a possibility of a second tie break. So we go into the second set of 9 ends, and a set that Les Gillett's got to win to take us into a tie break. Just needs to run a touch, I think. Quite interesting to see the two players going into the second set when it's been such a tight finish to the first. Sometimes you can just feel a little bit depleted if you've lost that first set when you were so close. You've got to try and pick yourself up ready for the second set. Les has got enough experience of sets play though to be able to do that. Interesting opening end. Neither player's really nailed it here yet. Les just needs to give this a touch more green.
Or blue, as the case might be. Certainly looks a better road. Looks a better bowl altogether.
And a touch on the jack. Oh, I just slipped past it. That's interesting because we saw a bowl of Mark Dawes's in the last game where both Nick and I thought it was going to stop on the jack and it just ran on that extra 12 inches or so. Yeah, good ball from Jamie here.
I don't think Les needs to change too much really. He was very close with his last bowl. Just try and play a very similar bowl.
Certainly watching it. Track looks good. Is it here? Well,
I think the thing with that, he just trickled through with his third and he tried to make an adjustment and over-adjusted. Big chance here for Jamie to start the second set with a 3. Virtually the perfect start then in the second set. I'd fancy him to do this. Confidence will be up after winning the first set. Never really know with Jamie, like he's grimacing away, but as you say, it might be 5 inches away.
well, needs to drop now. Got a chance, Greg. Yeah.
Plenty good enough. And to be honest, from Les's point of view, that's a little bit of a soft 3 to give away.
Yeah, he won't be happy with his last bowl there in particular.
Or his first 2, Janice, to be honest. As I say, that's his strength, his first 2, and he didn't get one of those close enough, left himself in trouble.
Well, he's 3 behind now after one end. Still plenty of ends left, but Les Gillett's got to win this set to continue his chances here at the Co-operative Funeralcare International Open, hosted by Blackpool Newton Hall. You look after us here as well, Greg. You even provide coffee in the commentary box.
Yeah, very nice, actually.
Well, bit of a loose opener. This could be all on his weight. Looks a great line. Good start. more what we're used to with Les Gillett.
Yeah, definitely. That's where Les wins the majority of his games. Banging that first one in nice and close.
Jamie was on a good line there. I think he's just underweight with it.
See, most players here nearly would swap their hand. Yeah, Les is going to swap the hand and try and draw one just beyond the jack. I was about to say Les on his day would just keep to his side and slot between the two green ones.
Looks close again.
Better approach in here from Jamie. Needs dead pace, will come all the way back.
Two to red and three short bowls from Jamie Chesney. That's unusual.
And Les just trying to find out which one of Jamie's is the closest. And that'll be his target, just to beat Jamie's nearest, not necessarily getting right up to the jack, just trying to count a third shot. A little comment after that one, so I'm not sure Les actually likes this one or not.
He does like to have a bit of banter, does Les, if it dips under now.
Yeah, it looks plenty good enough. Doesn't want to open it up though. Ooh. Not sure he'll like that when he gets to the head. That's just left the jack available. Jamie now, I would imagine, will push through the head trying to collect the jack on the way past, whereas before that shot wasn't available.
You'll be able to see the jack now from the mat, which makes a big difference to a player if you can see the jack.
Yep, positive intent.
Doesn't like it. Might get a result off the middle bowl. It's taken one away. He's missed a couple of those today, which, as you mentioned earlier, Greg, is very unlike Jamie. He's normally red hot on those sort of runners.
Yeah, he's normally pretty good at those shots, and to be fair, if he does miss, he normally misses by a small margin, but that one was a little way away. Great opportunity for Les to get the three straight back.
Repeat your last delivery, Les, that's all you need. It's on a wider line with this.
Yeah, they finished strong.
Yep, done enough. That's a bit of a touche end there. 3-all after two ends. Normally say players of this sort of level, you very rarely see a 3 or a 4 count.
I must admit though, this week on this particular rink, I think we've seen more counts of 3s and 4s than we would normally see on, say, the portable rink or other clubs. Seems to be very high scoring in most of the matches. Some sort of score lines have been sort of like 10-11 and things that you never really normally see on a scorecard, which is, as I say, quite often it's 5-6 or 7-8, but there's been some very high scores. This one looked like it's headed the same way.
I think one game the other day there was about 6 3s in it. It ended up quite a tight score at the end. It wasn't one of the one-sided games.
There's Lay's shot, obviously looking to add a second. Would like to touch the jack because there's a bit of a target at the moment. Just going to slip past. That was his intention, to try and turn the jack round.
Well, again, Jamie's on a nice high line. All on his pace. Just hung off a bowl there. Les just wants to really be drawing down to that bowl.
Yeah, ideally I'd like to turn the jack, Janice, just to hide the jack away.
Yeah, doesn't want to make a huge target for Jamie.
Reasonable. Turn now, and he's absolutely perfect. That is a great bowl. Awesome. Big drive time from Jamie. Needs to open this up.
Yeah, got a good result there. Hooked on target from his hand.
Very small applause from the crowd, but to believe you me, that was a great shot. One bowl target. Wins the shot on the respot.
It's quite interesting how some audiences like to see draw bowls all the time. But in that case, Jamie played the perfect shot because there was no draw on. Great bowl by Les here.
Jamie probably needs to have a look at this head before he plays the shot. No, he's just decided to try and draw it off on his backhand. I was going to say, if he attacks it and gets the wrong side of the red bowl, Les has got two waiting on the other side. Doesn't want to catch this. Could go wrong for him. Ah, perfect. Our angles looked a bit dodgy. That was a fantastic shot.
Could actually have got two out of this, you know.
Les will be thinking I've played three perfect bowls this end, and it looks from the angles like he's probably dropped two shots.
Measure. I think one's been declared.
Brilliant shot from Jamie. I was doing him an injustice there. I thought he was just going under and going to push the red bowl onto the jack, but he got it absolutely perfect. As we keep saying, the angles are a little bit deceptive on these cameras. That's definitely the one.
That's the one that was declared. Just measuring for Rich's second bowl here.
Two shots, Jamie Kersey.
Great result there, Greg, to get two out of that. Some really good bowls by both players at that end. Les will be disappointed to have dropped a two. I think he's just saying that to the crowd. What more can I do?
And sometimes bowls is like that. As you say, you can play three brilliant bowls, as Les did. And Jamie played two great conversion shots and came up with two shots.
It can be a cruel game sometimes,
Certainly
Greg.
Can.
Les was just talking to, I think, England captain, and Skip sat on the back row of the Rogues Gallery up there, Greg. Andy Thompson's there. Les always likes to have a little bit of a banter with the spectators. This just needs to run a touch more, I think. Yep, looking good.
Yeah, both players playing well. Both certainly into the rhythm now, both getting a good feel for the pace.
Sits down, it's a very good ball from Jamie.
What's the gap, please, Francis?
On the shot roll,
Yes, please.
5 inches.
I say when players ask for distances, they always like to hear that 5 or 6 inches because they know there's room for their bowl to get in. And what they don't like is 2 and 3 inches. They think, oh, there's not really enough room to get our bowl in. Always encourages you a little bit when you think you've got that little extra distance, but Les not pushed this one up. Jamie again obviously looking to draw another, again a touch on the jack. would make a really good 2.
Just gone for a little bit of cover there as well, I think, Greg, in case Les decides to reach into this. Les's problem is if he did take his own bowl out, it...
Yeah, I don't think Les will be looking at weight. This will just be a forehand draw for him. Ideally, he would like to sit the green bowl first, back onto the jack for 2. Not much room though.
Looks under the line again, Greg.
He is indeed.
His weight wasn't bad, really. He was definitely under the line.
Well, I've known some days that Jamie would attack this red bowl on his backhand and try and push it out for 4, but 2 up in the game and 1 up, I think he'll be conservative and, yeah, just straightforward draw. Perfect road.
On pace here, looks very good.
Brilliant bowl. Les Gillett hasn't got one past the jack. He's in heaps of trouble. He's not even visiting the head. My goodness. Not sure it's actually possible to draw a shot there, is it?
Well, he's gone for a very wide line. He's bowled his last 2 bowls tight. Needs this to be making its way back.
He obviously decided there is room. What a great effort.
Great
What a great effort. I guess he had to try that because he didn't have any back position. I think I would have visited the head though, just to have a look and to see if there's anything available.
Well, at this stage of the game, he has to win this set, as we mentioned before, and he's still got timeouts available to him. He's currently looking at a 7-3 scorecard to Jamie Chesney. Needs to really be counting at this end to get himself back into this second set. A set he's got to win to take us into a tie break. Bit of a loose opener there by Jamie. Gives Les a glimmer of a chance. Under the line there. And under the weight. Well, they're both obviously human then.
Service resumed there. Nice and close shot. Les probably not looking quite as comfortable out on the rink as he was earlier. That'll be as much the score line as the way he's playing. It's certainly a good match. Jamie's played some good conversion shots.
Could have just been unlucky there again. Just tipped the jack to Jamie's bowl.
1 red.
Yeah, it's 1 red. He's managed to draw a shot with it. I thought he might have just been unlucky.
Big factor in this game is though when Jamie's missing, he's just missing pass, so he's giving himself heads to bowl to like this. Any contact, he's got everything waiting. When Les is missing, he's missing just short and leaving himself in problems. Great attempt. Any touch would have given it.
1 red.
That was very close. Tell by Jamie's expression that he knew that was close.
Les needs another bowl in and he needs one behind.
And Jamie plays a similar sort of bowl at the moment and gets a piece of that jack. Les Gillett's in all sorts of trouble.
And again, another
Still
short
there
bowl.
for him. Yeah, it's still there for him.
He's just teeing it up for Jamie. Jamie very close last time. Small adjustment. He'll be looking jack for 4. Bowl would be good for a good 2. This will be close.
Well, it's certainly down the line.
chasing it, really likes this.
Looking good.
Jack for 4. Jack for 3. Very good. Les being punished there really for not getting his third bowl up and past the jack. Big pressure. Early in the second set, I know, but if you miss this, there's a long, long way back.
Yeah, drops a 3 here. Hard to drag those sort of counts back. Plenty of room for Les Gillett to draw, but
Pressure.
having put his last 2 bowls short, Greg, he's under a lot of pressure with this.
And he's leaning. He's leaning, he's asking it to hold on.
He needs to get to the green bowl and sit off it, I think.
He has indeed. What a great bowl, Les. Well played.
One shot, let's get it.
Yeah, 1 shot to Les.
He was just saying to Jamie that I thought I was under. And he was a little bit. He just got a little straightener off the green bowl. But to be fair, it was a good bowl right in the target area.
Yeah, well, that certainly keeps him in this second set. Jamie Chesney now leads it 7-4 after 5 ends. Three shots in it, 4 ends to play. Les Gillett's got to win this set. Been a good game throughout, Greg.
Yeah, very good game. Very good game.
28 metres.
Scoreline probably correct as well, reflecting on the overall match. Les now really needs to step up. This is the sort of thing he needs to do from here to the end of the game.
Great lead bowl there. So if Jamie's playing a bad ball, he's tending to be just behind, which gives him chances later on in the end. Well, this is at least covering that. Still a bit of room there.
Yeah, that'll be the target bowl for Les now.
If you can just rest back off that, Greg, it would be very good. Choosing to play it down the other hand, which would mean if he even hung a bit wide with it, a good positional.
He probably chose that hand because it finishes strong, so he was confident of getting back to the middle rather than setting a target up. Jamie very quick off the mat, decided that he's just going for the little promotional push onto the red, onto the jack.
Looks close.
He's got 1 weight in.
Very, very close here.
Brilliant. Oh,
He's
very
been very unlucky there.
Couldn't have played that any better. Warning signs are there for Les though. Need another one in, mate. If not, Jamie will definitely have that out with the next. Need to draw another in, Les.
He's having a good think here, Greg, but looks to me of just getting to even that last bowl where Jamie's last bowl finished. Ideally draw a second bowl, but
Yeah, I just feel if Les doesn't draw another, that red bowl will be disappearing.
certainly played the high line. Comes back all the way. Yep, not a bad place.
Jamie's got options. He can play just, a yard or two of pace to try and remove the red bowl. He can just draw up to it to turn the jack. He could even play more weight to try and remove the bowl. He's probably got both spots covered as well, so it's just a case of which shot he fancies that he can produce the shot. He was very close last time. Gone a little bit quicker.
Close again. All on the result now.
I think he's got the one on the respot. Holding his head. Looks green for the respot, doesn't it?
Well, if the jack's gone out of the side confines of the ring, it comes back onto the spot you see in the middle of your screen there. I feel it might just have gone into the back ditch there, Greg.
No, it went off the side. One green. Yeah.
So it's 4-8 after 6 ends.
Yeah. We didn't actually see where it went, but I heard them concede one green, so I'm assuming it went off the side and Jamie won it on the respot.
Well, Jamie leads 8-4 now after 6 ends. 3 ends left to play. Les Gillett's trailing by 4.
As you say, Janice, a very, very good game. Probably very even on the drawing side of the game. And Jamie's certainly shown his class with the conversion shots. That was another good, wouldn't say full out drive, but good solid runner, hit the target. He'd got all bases covered.
Yeah, it's certainly a tussle now for Les Gillett to score the 5 shots he would need to take this second set.
Yeah, a long way back from here. 2 2s and a 1 or something of that sort.
Looks under the line. That's not what you want with your opening ball when you're chasing a set. But he'll know that. It's always easier when we're sat here watching. You can't stay round to watch the next game or watch the end of this. You'll get all the results on worldbowlstour.tv, the World Bowls Tour website. But hopefully you can stay with us.
That's a lot better, Les. Jamie's had the pace with both his last 2, just needs to adjust the line a fraction.
That's on a good line here. Oh, he's close here, Greg. In the area here.
Brilliant.
Everything Les Gillett's done, Jamie Chesney's had a reply to.
Positive draw required from Les. Just got to turn the jack past the green bowl to his own weight in red for a lay of 2.
Gets under the line.
Yeah, just lacked a little bit of pace, I think, to be honest. Look, barely got to the jack. Line probably would have been good enough if he'd got a couple of feet of pace. Jamie, I guess, will be covering that corner now. Coming round the front 2 red ones and splitting the 2 red bowls just beyond the jack. Doesn't want to drop a 3 in this corner.
Yes, he's seen the danger over there, Greg, and covered it.
Yeah, I think Jamie probably would have liked it a little bit closer to the red ones, but he's covered the shot if Les went aggressive. Now Les has got to play really neat. He needs just that really neat pace just to peel the jack away. Chance to make a 2, outside chance to get a 3. Ideally, you'd probably like to get green bowl first and then onto the jack.
Looks in the area.
Green first, then the jack for a big 3. Great
Well
bowl.
played.
Back in the match.
Well, from what was looking very, very black for Les Gillett, things were going dark. It's now 8-7 to Jamie Chesney, 2 ends left to play. And we've got a viewers questioning Greg about the pace of the green. I know when they stretched it the other day, they were saying it was running about 17 seconds. Not sure if that's what it's still at now. Has it settled down a little bit?
I wouldn't believe what you hear, Janice. That's nowhere near 17 seconds. Nowhere near. Let's be generous. 15 and a half.
Well, to be fair, when we play in the leagues, I always think it's about 14 and a half, 15, so that sounds about right. I think when they get these testing ramps out and they put the bowls down.
I think they forget to stop the old stopwatch, I reckon. 17 seconds is quite slick. 17 and a half is definitely fast. This is not a bad pace, at a medium pace sort of green.
Not got many quick greens left about now.
No, they're disappearing fast. Les needed a better opening bowl there. Just played a brilliant conversion shot to score 3, get back in the match. Needed to keep Jamie under the pressure, and he's just released a bit of pressure as Jamie stepped in.
Well, if it sits down.
Yeah, it's a great bowl,
Yep.
and again, it's a lot better than Les's bowl because it's just past the jack, so it gives him so many more options later in the end.
10 inches. So there's still room for a Gillett bowl. Down to his feet then.
As I say, don't be fooled by that. Sometimes he looks down at his feet, doesn't look happy, and it's a front or back toucher.
Looks good here. Yeah, sits down, it's got the shot.
Yeah, very good. He's drawn the shot. As I said earlier, Jamie's first bowl was such a good bowl. He's got options. He can play a positive draw, rest the bowl for shot, turn the jack for 2.
Bit of a slap of the thigh then from Jamie, so I think he's overplayed this. Yeah.
Les lays the shot. He's got no position. So he's going to switch now to his forehand, looking to rest the back green bowl of Jamie's. Cannot afford to drop this short.
Looks on a good line.
Criminal. Jamie's still got lots of options. Can just draw away, turn the jack. Lots of options. He's very interested in it. Coming in now, looking to rest the red bowl. Which side's he got?
Just held off. Like you say, at the end of the game, I think Les Gillett will look back on the short bowls he's played if he loses it.
Les, although he lays the shot, has nothing else. He's got nothing behind. He needs another one in. He needs a second bowl in the head because Jamie could remove the shot bowl. But he also needs a back bowl because if Jamie gets the jack, and Les has realised that, he's now took the time out. He's now realised he needs one in the head and he needs one behind the jack. Got a choice really. Either hand he's looking for the back bowl of Jamie's, the nearest bowl that's about a foot behind. Going to play down his forehand side. Needs to do something with this.
Well, it's a nice swinging line this. If it gets back. He's made sure he's reached this time, Greg.
That's a very good bowl. Very good effort that. Jamie, as I say, has got so many options. He's got to choose one and go and play it. I would imagine he'll run 4 to 5 yards of pace and try and run the bowl out for 2 or the jack through for 2. He's calling a timeout. He realises how big this shot is. This is a match winner. I don't think he'll play the draw. The draw's still available, but I think he'll just play through this. Yep.
Yep, playing the runner.
Quite a nice target, jack or bowl. He's bang on target. Got to have something here. Well played, Jamie.
Yeah, great bowl. Could have got a 2 out of it there.
And that was always going to be the problem for Les. Great shot from Jamie.
2 shots, Jamie Chesney.
Well, that's I think virtually the party over. We have seen 4s over this week, but now means that Les Gillett's trailing by 3 shots.
7-10 after 18.
Playing the last end, and it's a set he has to win, so he's got to pick up a 4 here, Greg, whatever. As otherwise, Jamie Chesney knocks on that door even more of the top 16 for next season. It's quite good to see. We do have changes sometimes in the top 16. It gives those of us that do go to the qualifiers a thought that there is a chance.
Yeah, obviously 2 changes last year. Possibility of 2 changes again this year, depending obviously on results this week. It's certainly a dogfight between 3 of them for 2 places. First things first, Jamie's got to make sure he doesn't slip up and drop a full health 4 here. And again, that first bowl just past the jack, that gives him options later on.
This looks like it might just be under, Greg. Short.
And again, yeah, a disappointing first bowl. Jamie basically just beats that, and virtually impossible then for Les to score 4. To score 4, you need to be obviously in and around the jack or just past the jack. Short bowls do not score you 4. There we are. Jamie's just going to do enough. That's more than enough. Beats the front bowl. Les already is, I won't say quite shaking hands, but in all sorts of trouble to try and score a 4.
And he's got to make that bowl he's already played count somehow. And I think this one's short again as well. Well, I think it might be Jamie Chesney stepping into the
You think?
second round.
You only think? My goodness.
Stranger things have happened.
No, I don't think so. It would take something shorter than a minor miracle, I think, to get 4 out of this end.
This is a great bowl from Jamie. Yep, I think Les Gillett can start the car now.
Thought Les might have had a little shot through the gap there to try and take the shot bowl out. Maybe set something up, but
He'd be frightened of losing his own bowl though, because I mean, he loses his own bowl, he's
perhaps trying to
not
turn
got
it
any
away
shot.
from this hand. But well, actually, he's brought his front 2 into the game. That's very interesting. From nothing, he might have created a little bit of a chance there now.
See, I did say stranger things
Yeah.
have happened.
Very true.
So I think Jamie might just try and shut this down.
Either hand, it's just draw, beat either any of the red bowls, and it's virtually game over. On the screen, it looks a backhand draw, but when you get on the rink, sometimes it looks different. And he's played all 3 bowls down the forehand. He might just carry on and
If you
slide
just get
down
in
there.
front of those 2 bowls of Les Gillett's, between the 2 red bowls, shortly that'll be to the right of your screen. He's muttering away to himself, but I've often noticed Jamie Chesney do
Yeah,
that.
I think that means he's either perfect or
Look-
not quite there. Yeah, no,
Looking
absolutely.
good. Perfect.
Killed the game off.
Yeah, a little fist pun there. He's quite happy with that.
Quite right.
I think it'll be Jamie Chesney facing either Paul Foster or John
You
Fleming.
still only think? My goodness. There's a bowl. I know there's a bowl left, but wow, how's he going to get 4 out of that? Here we go. This is how. It's the good old-fashioned hit and hope, or miss and
He's
start
missed
the
it.
car.
Jamie Chesney goes into the second round. Thanks so much for your company this afternoon, Greg.
Very welcome.
And don't forget to join us after this short break for Paul Foster MBE versus John Fleming.
And your final match of the afternoon will be just a few moments away after the players have had their trial ends. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final match of the Co-operative Funeralcare International Open here at Blackpool Newton Hall. And without further ado, let's bring your players on. Please welcome, he's the reigning under-25 British Isles singles champion and the Scottish singles champion. It is John Fleming. And up against him, ladies and gentlemen, he's the 4 times world indoor champion, former winner of this event, world ranked at number 2 from Scotland, Paul Foster, MBE.
Well, thank you very much, Richard, and welcome to the last game of today's play, and it's the last game of the opening games here at the Co-operative Funeralcare International Open 2016, hosted by Blackpool Newton Hall. And as mentioned there, I'm delighted to be joined in the commentary box by home favourite, and he's just managed to get through his first round game here, Mark Dawes. Welcome to commentary, Mark.
Thank you, Janice, and good to see you.
Yeah, it's an interesting game here as well. Just to let the viewers know, John Fleming here actually played Paul Foster at the Scottish International Open and just missed out on beating him. Very impressed with him there. I think a few of us were. And he's just won the Scottish National Singles title, seniors. So he's coming into this game with a lot of confidence.
He's had a good 18 months, 24 months. I think John, he seems to have been qualified in a couple of events. And like I say, he's done well in the Scottish as well. So I think it should be a good game.
Well, we've just seen a very good game between Les Gillett and Jamie Chesney. We were also just mentioning how important these games were for a couple of the players for rankings, and yours was an extremely tense end to the game against Graham McKee. He played really well in the second set against you there, Mark.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be a tough game before I started. Graham's an international skip. He's played for a good number of years in the international side, so I knew it was going to be a tough game, and it, to be honest, just fell over the line in both sets, really. But that's one of the things on the tour you tend to need to do, just win the tight games, and that's what sort of improves your ranking, really.
Yes, that gives you a really good chance now of staying in the top 16, which is what all the locals here will be pleased to hear. Good ball here from Paul. And don't forget, we're live and interactive here with you on World Bowls Tour YouTube stream in full HD and with full live commentary. And if you want to put any of your questions to Mark Dawes, just pop them down on either our streaming chat on Facebook or on the Twitter of World Bowls Tour 1. And we'll put your questions to Mark Dawes, or if it's anything to do with rules or the World Bowls Tour, we'll get one of the directors of the World Bowls Tour or one of the umpires to answer your question for you. Good opening end here, Mark, from both players, really.
Yeah, got straight settled straight in there, and John will be pleased. He's played, 3 good balls, good last ball there to get the shot. It's probably quite awkward for him to look at getting another on the same hand.
Played to make sure he's behind.
Probably played a bit of both. He knew he could chip the ball out, maybe like a 3, but was making sure he was past, really. Missed it on the wide side, and good covering ball. Suspect Paul just tried to draw with it on the backhand with his last. I wouldn't be surprised if he played something similar, to be honest.
Well, for those players at home wanting to know what the bowlers are playing with, Paul Foster plays with aero bowls. I think he'll be out there with the grooves, Mark. Not sure which model he's playing with, but normally tend to favour the grooves. It actually looks like the Revolution from upside down the right in there, and John Fleming plays with Henselite Tigers. On the board there, the youngster, John Fleming, takes first blood at the first end. We have had a question in already, Mark, from a viewer. What's the longest and shortest jack length that can be played here at Blackpool?
Yeah, the shortest is 23 metres, the same as the standard, and the longest is 31.5. So playing with 3 metre tees, the green at Blackpool is actually about a metre longer than a lot of standard greens. So it's 31.5 here, which is a couple of metres longer than the portable. So it can catch a little people out, really, especially playing the portable. It's just that extra metre can make a bit of a difference, and it does feel like a little bit of a shove when you've got to go a full length.
Yeah, we have noticed a few people just dropping short. John's just dropped short there himself.
I think the biggest thing is it's not necessarily the green's a reasonable pace, to be honest, but I think the difference between a short and a long is quite noticeable. The short feels quite quick, and then when you go long, it's quite easy to drop your first short, and that just puts yourself under pressure then to try and overreach with your next.
Yeah, Paul Foster will want to tie a few games together here. He's struggling at the moment on the ranking moving forward. He lost in the first round of the World Singles, which is something you don't often say about Paul Foster. If you watch the delivery action of Paul Foster MBE and young John Fleming, it might give you a clue who John Fleming's hero is at bowls. I'm sure a few would say that Paul Foster's delivery is not easy to replicate, but just watch this delivery off the mat now from John Fleming. There you go. Younger version of Paul Foster.
But I'd be happy if he has as much success as Paul over the years. He'd be pleased if he can replicate the success.
I'm going to say, if you're going to replicate somebody's delivery, you might as well replicate one of the best. Sure, Paul's so happy with that one. Just overplayed it, but he's still holding 2 shots. John Fleming's the one that's got to do something here. He's been here for a few days, Mark. He's had a good few practice sessions out there. I was talking to Greg in commentary before. John Fleming won the National Scottish Singles, and he actually faces Greg Harlow in the British Isles on Monday. So I'm sure Greg will be out there with a keen eye on this young man and his game. Chip the jack. I think Paul Foster will still be holding short with plenty of room to draw for another. This is when unfortunately our camera angles are a little bit hard to work out where the jack might be.
Yeah, look at the angle of Jack went, and you would assume the red would still be shot, and certainly it left Paul with a bit of room to add another.
Just needs to run, I think. Two shots to Paul Foster there.
2 shots for Paul Foster.
Paul takes a 2-1 lead after 2 ends. And of course the winner of this game will face Jamie Chesney. You yourself, Mark, will face Darren Burnett. Darren played very well this morning. Or this afternoon, sorry, first game up. It was an interesting game because Darren really had it all his own way. Billy Jackson looked uncomfortable out there at times.
Yeah, Billy didn't play anything like he can, but to be fair, Darren didn't let him as well. Darren seemed to play really well. I watched a bit of it before my game, and Darren, dropped on it straight away. And obviously, Darren's a class player, so you know it's going to be difficult against anyone at this kind of level.
Could be interesting on choice of length of jack between these two as well. Paul's always notoriously in the past played shorter length jacks.
Yeah, the last end John went quite long, and like I say, Paul's famously gone short quite a lot. Not as much this year, I don't think. Whether with he's changed to the aero bowls, whether that's just slightly he's not quite as happy with them at that particular length. Though he's not played as much as he has done. But yeah, more often than not, it was a case of drop it over the 23, 24 metres, and Paul will be straight on it with his his first two bowls.
John looks on a good track here.
Last ball, please, mate.
Last ball, gappers, 12 inches.
If you can't stay with us tonight and you have to go out bowling yourselves or can't stay on the YouTube stream, don't forget you'll get the full results on worldbowlstour.tv. But hopefully you can stay with us for this last of the first round games. We start the second round tomorrow morning at 9:30. We'll be live with you on the YouTube streaming. Possibly not awake at 9:30, but we'll still be here and live. Bit of a scrappy end here, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, Paul looks on a good road again, but he's just urging it on the last little bit, I think. He might just get to the ball and sit down, yeah. Well, John's on a good line here. All down to his weight. Played it well. Might have made two out of that as well on his turn of jack.
I've got a question in from, well, we can't really call him a member of the public. I think you'll know who the question comes from when I ask it. Question to Mark: which national competition has he most success in, and is it because his number 3 carries him?
It is the mixed fours that I've had the most success in. In fact, we won it a week or so ago for the third time. And I don't think it's just the number 3 that carries me. There's probably 3 people that carry me.
Yeah,
I just direct traffic at the other end, to be honest.
Yes, congratulations on that, Mark. I was quite pleased that we were there to actually see that. Mark's won the mixed fours now, 3 years. Is it 3 years out of the last 4 or 5?
Yeah, 3 out of 5, yeah.
And that's playing with Emma Seed, Sue Kearsley, who's my partner in crime, going to the British Isles this week, and his number 3's the manager here at Blackpool Newton Hall, Jonathan Goodall. Good opener from John there. We're in end 4 of what we play 2 9-end sets, if necessary 3-end tie-break. Quite unusual this week, Mark. We've only actually had 1 tie-break out of 15 games of bowls.
Yeah, usually there's not a lot between the players, and probably some of the set scores have been fairly close, and a couple of tied sets here and there. But it's one of them. It might end up the next round. There might be 6 or 7, sort of thing. The game sometimes, a tight game will end up winning a set and a half to a half, sort of thing, and it probably deserves a tie break almost. My game was a prime example. It was, sort of 7-6, 8-7, and it's a really close game. You end up winning 2-0 on the scoreboard, sort of thing. So.
Well, John just will be looking to draw to Paul Foster's bowl to the left of your screen now.
I wasn't sure he liked it, but he's sent a lot worse, I'm sure.
Got his whole family with him here to support him, John Fleming, this week.
Looks like Paul's attacking down the backhand.
Yep. Interesting what the result will be. Just got the one bowl away clean. He wanted a little bit more movement on there to split between the two bowls.
Yeah, just fraction of the high, really.
John's just having a look at the angles there.
Yeah, I think he was wondering whether it caught the back red ball. Paul could probably play it with a couple of yards and green onto Jack, and if it flicks off the red ball, he's got 3 balls waiting for it. So I suspect John will just want to drift past the Jack here if he can. Yeah, decent ball there from John. He probably would have been wanting to, either side of that red ball, but it certainly stopped, a really bad result for him. A couple of options here for Paul. He might switch to the forehand, just play just over the pace, just try and turn the Jack. So then the searching line.
Oh, he's close to it. Touch on that.
Excellent ball there from Paul. I think he's made 2 out of that.
Well, if the scorecard's anything to go by, Mark, John should score in the next end because he's been winning, playing towards the commentary box, and Paul Foster's been winning, playing away from the commentary box. Happened not a few times in games this week.
Sometimes players just find a particular direction that the balls are reacting better to. I mean, the last couple of ends, last ball of both players has turned the shot around. I mean, that end there, Paul was 1 down, trails the Jack for a 2, and the end before, John did exactly the same. So, some good conversion shots, and I think the green allows you to do that as well. You can play that sort of 4 or 5 feet on like Paul did there, and you know, especially the hand he was playing it on is a big swing, so it gives you a chance to just turn things around.
Great opening ball by Paul. John's on a good track. I think he's just dropping short. Interesting. One of the questions we were getting earlier was about, do you have a game plan when you go into games? And of course, Paul Foster has played John Fleming before, so they'll know what he's capable of.
What was my last ball, mate, please?
That works both ways, really.
Yeah, I think obviously both players will have had a lot of practice on the green, so they may have a particular favourite length, but it's one of them you have to think on the hop a little bit. If your opponent looks like they're either struggling at a particular length or playing it really well, obviously you might have to change the tactic you go in with. So you might have a bit of an idea of where it's going to go, but you've got to be quite flexible, to be honest. Big ball for John here, really. 3 down, just trying to beat the back 2, really. And if he beats him with a couple of feet, he's got a chance of drawing the shot. Done a great road. Just needs to run. John will be happy with that, really. He was only looking for second ball. If he drew the shot, it was a bonus, but Paul might be tempted to switch to the backhand. He can just turn the jack a foot or so. Brings the back 2 back in again. Great line for it. Just needs to run.
Time.
John trying to just reach down the forehand. I think he's just on the high side.
Wasn't happy with that at all. Paul having a look for 2. He's called the umpire on. On marker, Mike Davis just chucking the red ball there. And umpire Tom Weir coming on to tell us which of those bowls is closest. Few are mentioning on the stream chat, Mark, that it's showing John Fleming as English. He's actually Scottish.
Perhaps we're trying to pinch him.
Yeah. If memory serves me right, and having done a few hours in this commentary box over the last few days, memories can be a bit fuzzy. I think he got into this event because he won the Irish Super Bowl qualifier, and he'd already qualified for the Scottish International Open, so that entitled him to come to this event as well. But yes, you are correct. If you're following this, he is Scottish. He's a Scottish national singles champion, but sometimes we have to put where they are representing for as far as qualifiers go. There was a bit of a weird situation in the Worlds. It was year before last when Julie Forrest qualified. And she qualified at an English qualifier in Carlisle, so therefore she had to be put down as the English qualifier. And if there is more of a Scottish accent on the circuit than Julie Forrest, I don't know who's got that. But yeah, so that there is that situation. We have to, at the World Bowls Tour, represent where the qualifiers have come from. Because with the Open PBA qualifiers, you can go to Ireland to qualify, and go over to Belfast. The qualifiers for this year's PBAs are over in Belfast again in April, Mark, if again memory serves me right.
Yeah, I think they are, yep. It's probably a lot of people have gone across. It's relatively cheap to get across there, and it's a good setup in the Belfast Stadium. Been across there a couple of times in international series, and a very friendly club as well. So people sort of make a long weekend of it and have a good trip over. I think quite a few of the qualifiers in recent times have been either English or Scottish that have actually qualified out of Belfast as well. A few of the Irish lads will probably not want them to come back in again, to be honest.
Red, that's all. 12 inches short of Jack High.
Well, you can have a go at the PBA qualifiers. All you have to do is contact your local branch, pay your money, pick a venue to go to, takes your chances. You two could be here playing against the likes of Paul Foster or Mark Dawes.
Don't tell Matt, Janice. The Paul Foster bit, they might be wanting. They won't want to play against me. They might want to play against someone with a modicum of ability. No, I would definitely recommend going to the qualifiers, though, even if you're sort of relatively new to the game. If you want to, the competition's good, and you know you're in a 2 or 3 tournaments, and quite often you can have good games. And you can even just watching a couple of the games at that kind of level, it can improve your own game to see what different shots people will play. And it's certainly the first couple of years I went to the qualifiers, it sort of broadens what kind of shots you play in certain situations, and it does improve your game, whatever sort of ability level you're at, really.
Yeah, well, I actually joined the PBA before I actually started playing any club or league stuff. I was a crown greener. I fancied my chances at the PBA qualifiers, and it certainly helped my game. There's another thing that we run over here, which is the tour cards, which are great days out. You can play in as many of them as you want, and you get the chance to play a guarantee of 3 games in a group stage, which is great practice at the sets games as well. Mark, if you're going to play at this level, you have to have an idea how to play a sets gameplay.
Definitely, yeah. It's not something that you often play. So to play a sets game and get practice in it is great. And the group stage obviously gives you a guarantee of 3 games to at least play that, and obviously hopefully get yourself through into the tour card event.
Which really was the way that secured your place in the top 16.
Yeah, like once, I was fortunate enough to I won the tour card at the last ball at the tie break. But to give yourself 3 chances in the tournaments is a massive thing, because you feel that you win your first round, you're in the tournament, then sort of thing. Had a couple of tricky draws in the ones I played, but managed to get a couple of decent victories and got myself into the bottom of the 16. And I think nowadays with the 3 tournaments and a couple of the tour cards, there is a bit more sort of flexibility at the bottom end of the top 16 for people to get in. Over the last few years, quite a few people have got in, and when they've got in, they've tended to do well. Look at Nicky and Rob Paxton, and even Darren wasn't in the top 16 for a long time, but when he got in, he sort of made the most of it. Stuart Anderson as well. So there is a bit more movement down the bottom end of it, and when you get down there, you hopefully win 2 or 3 rounds in the season to get yourself a bit further up and a bit more of a safer sort of position.
Yes, I think there was a lot of people put in the press and things like that about the fact that the top 16 is hard to break into. That's not true nowadays. Like you say, people like Nick Brett, even world number 1, fought his way through the PBA. Yourself and Les Gillett got back into the top 16, and you got into the top 16 last year. And we know this year it's a 2 from 3 situation for 3 players. It's very, very possible, and one of those players involved has got himself in this position because he went to the qualifiers and actually won all 3 qualifiers at a weekend, and that's Jamie Chesney. So it's not a closed shop, but once you actually get there, as Mark says, you've got to tie some wins together to keep yourself there.
Well, Paul turned his back on that one. Just fractionally short.
Yeah, he's got a 6-3 lead in that famous 7th end. Of a 9-end set. We always say that the 7th end's a crucial end.
Yeah, I think John really thinking he needs to win this end. Going, at least 4 down with 2 to play would be difficult against Paul. So just trying to draw, and he thinks he's just a little bit quick.
What's my last ball, mate, please?
18 inches short of Jack High.
Well, it looks down a good track again here.
Yeah, just urging it on a bit again, I think. Might be similar to his last. Well, just got to look at the position here, but I wouldn't be that surprised John take a little bit of a chance here down the backhand. Has got a lot of balls past the jack. Could be a big turnaround in the set if he can get down to the jack. He's still got the draw, but it just looks a nice percentage shot down that backhand. He's played a couple of good runners before as well.
Yep, he's certainly looking at that, Mark. Well, in the area for it.
Just needs to hold on a bit.
Very close. Nearly got a helping hand off Paul's short bowl there.
One shot, Paul Foster.
Oh, you see the action replay. They've just got a bit of a nudge on that jack.
Yeah, any jack movement was good there. Fraction wider or a fraction further, they would have got the jack. It was worth taking a chance. It could have been a big turnaround in the set. Maybe got 2 or 3 there, back level. Paul will be happy to get away with that one, really. 4 up with 2 to play. He's just looking for, keeping it tight at this end, making it difficult for John to get more than 1.
You mentioned that Paul Foster's changed his bowls this year, changed manufacturer. You've done that yourself, Mark. How difficult is it to readjust when you've changed bowl?
It's not. There's not massive amounts of differences. Certainly the bowls I changed to and from wasn't a massive difference. And it's just getting used to them. I'm someone who plays quite a lot with the same ball. I don't swap very often. So it was a bit of a change in the first sort of month, 2 months of the season. But after that, I've been really happy with them. And actually, to be fair, I've moved to the Henslight Tiger, and it's quite a relatively narrow ball. And I play with the size 5s, and they feel great in my hand. And as soon as I pick them up and roll with them, within 2 or 3 roll-ups, I felt like I was, they felt nice in my hand. And fortunately, I've played reasonably well with them all season. I still like to think I could improve a little bit. But a lot of people, some people change quite regularly. They'll change, within a tournament. I was rolling up with Mervyn before, who I think he tried 3 sets in his roll-up, just trying to find what he thinks is right for the game. So I don't think Paul's really, he's had, by his standards, a poor season. But I mean, that's just, he's playing against good players every week, and the high standards he set himself, he was, eventually had to come off that level, sort of thing. And I just think maybe it's taking him fractionally longer than, to get used to the bowls. But as you can see here, he's still putting balls close.
Yeah, there's so many players now in that top 16 that can go out and win one of the tournaments. It's not easy. He's been at the top for so long. Very consistent player. Just proving it with that ball there.
Yeah, excellent ball again.
3 red.
I think John was straight through this one. Yeah.
Oh, he didn't give that away at all. Big striker.
A bit of frustration, I think, Janice, as well. To be fair, with the score and the set, I think it's just probably just contemplating the next set, really trying to get his head clear and sort it out for the next set. I mean, he's still got a chance this one, but Paul just running for cover, and he can just past it. Suspect John will just go again. He's the 3 balls. There's a chance he could get the 3 balls out if he gets the front red one.
Put that away cleaner. Just getting the edge of the jack, which flicks it out and hits the sideboards. On the respot, on to John Foster. He takes the first set 8-3. We move into the second set. He's quite a big striker, is John Fleming. He was practising it the other day. His drive. Don't forget, if you've got any questions you'd like to put to Mark Dawes, do bob them to us on either Facebook, the YouTube streaming chat side, or on Twitter on World Bowls Tour 1.
Important first couple of ends of this set, I think. Both players, played some good balls in that first set, and a few loose ones as well. A couple of loose ends from both players. But John will obviously be wanting to try and get himself into the second set and trying to force a tie-break, really. So I think first couple of ends are important. If you can, get his first two balls in there, try and put Paul under a bit of pressure.
Interestingly enough, Mark, I just noticed that on John Fleming's player profile, he's named his favourite green as being Belfast Indoor. I wonder why that is.
Well, yeah, if you qualify there and have success there, it tends to be a favourite green. It's a lot of players you'll notice either the home green where they play at regularly, or a green that they've had particular success on.
Oh, close here, Paul. Yeah, John Fleming's lost that first set then, so he needs to regroup really. It's a fresh set, but he's got to win it to take us into what would be only our second tie break of the opening rounds.
Good effort, yep. Just needs to bend away.
One red.
Last ball, break, please.
Last ball, 2 inches short of Jack High.
Ball just asking the umpire there how far short that ball was. Just still thinks he can just sneak inside it.
I think he's just played this just under.
One red.
I suspect just a fraction of adjustment for John, just trying to just sit in off his own ball. Should be enough. His weight was perfect.
Picture there of our match marker, Mike Davies. Great officials team here at the World Bowls Tour. Officials here this week: Mike Davies, Tom Weir, Francis Fletcher, and the retiring Sandra McLeish. And I'm sure watching at home, I've got the other match officials, Dan Blewett and Alan Thornhill, and I know watching somewhere, and he's on his way down tomorrow, is the new umpire, which is Dan McManus. He's joining us tomorrow to acclimatise the venue. He has his first full WBT event here at the next event here in May. And he always brings a bag of sweets, Mark. So
Oh, well.
he's a good umpire.
Yeah. Can umpire my games then.
Good start there for Paul Foster. Takes the opening end of the second set. He took the first set 8-3.
Yeah, excellent last ball there from Paul. Important there, he's holding one. It's add the extra ball, add the extra shot there, and it was starting the second set as he finished the first, really.
That went 27 meters.
Good opener from Paul there.
Just about a quarter of an inch.
Got a question in for you, Mark, from a viewer. Are you sponsored by a manufacturer? And if so, how did that come about?
Yeah, I am actually. Yeah, sponsored by Henselite. was actually asked by Robert Chisholm, who works for them, who mentioned it to me, would I be interested. It's not something I had been sponsored previously by anybody else, so when I spoke to Rob about it, and having played once before with the Tiger Bulls, I borrowed a set in my first WBT tournament back in 2009, and I played okay with them then, and I knew a few people who played with them and were quite happy with them. Once he asked the question, I thought long and hard about it. I've played with this set of balls I played with for a while, so I was a bit wary about changing. But like I said earlier, I've got on well with them, and they've been been great, and I'm certainly glad I made the decision ultimately. So,
like you say, Mark, most of the top players have allegiances to certain manufacturers. Some of the players do like to swap about with the bowls, try and find which is the best bowl for the surface. And at the WBT, we carry a pool of bowls, so players at any tournaments can try out different sets. Certainly it helps for the overseas, they get to try out a variety of sets. And of course, the way that the WBT is, John's looking very close here. What a great bowl that was.
excellent ball.
Just finishing off, what I wanted to say there is that at the WBT events, if you're top of the draw, you have to play with red. Bottom of the draw plays with green. A lot of players don't have red and green bowls, so you've got the facility with the pool bowls to find a set you feel comfortable with. Well, Paul's got a response here, I think. We just got through the gap.
Yes. 6 inches past.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Mike said, whether it was 1 or 2. It possibly looks like 2. John will just switch to the 4, and I think try and just sit Paul's wide ball. Don't want to get to his own, you see, so he'd be just on the wide side, I would think.
Mike's still having a look at this and not sure which is second bowl.
Don't want to get to his own.
Well, that's definitely second bowl.
Yeah, excellent ball left from Johnny's third. Was a great conversion shot, and to get another there with that one. Possibly a measure for 3.
Yep, Tom Weir being called on again.
I think Paul said he favours it's 3, but he's not certain, so he's getting a measure on it.
Great end from John Fleming, whatever. It means that he doesn't let Paul get away from him in this second set, which is definitely what he doesn't want. Yeah, 3 shots.
Yeah, tremendous third ball. I just played a yard over, turned Paul's ball away to lie 2, and then Paul was unfortunate with his going through the gap, and then John added the third. Like I say, Janice, he needs to just get himself ahead in this set, I think, and that'll be balls like that will certainly help.
Didn't play badly in the first set, but sometimes the score lines don't justify the way that the games have gone. Paul Foster won it 8-3. Won all of the last 5 ends of the set, did Paul, but only the last 4 with counts of 1, so that shows just how well John Fleming's been playing. Needs to tie a few leads together. Dropping 2 feet short. Do that, you're always going to allow Paul Foster the chance to do this.
Yeah, definitely. You've got to try and get in there first if you can.
The gap is about 5 inches and it's about 8 inches short of Jack.
Been some good games, only 2 shocks so far. Cody Oldtoff from Canada beat Jason Greenslade And Murray Glassy from New Zealand beat Jonathan Ross. Those are the only 2 seeds to topple so far. I'm quite impressed with my statistic I came up with yesterday, Mark, that both those players, Cody and Murray, are both chefs by trade, so it must be lucky chefs in Blackpool.
Ah, that's what it must be. I know to go to if I want some food then.
Well, John, don't want to nudge your own bowl out. Sit it down.
Good balls again from John there.
And to tell you the lineup for tomorrow, Cody Altoff's first on in the morning at 9:30, where he faces Mervyn King, followed on by Murray Glassy. He faces Andy Thompson, MBE. Then at 2 o'clock we've got Mark Royal facing Rob Paxton, and Alex Marshall versus Stuart Anderson. And then tomorrow night at 6 o'clock, which will be YouTube streamed as well as live on Sky TV, we've got the world #1 defending champion here, Nick Brett, playing Greg Harlow. And the final game tomorrow will be David Gawley versus Wayne Hogg. The man next to me, Mark Dawes, faces Darren Burnett on Thursday morning at 9:30. And we're with you for all those games here on the YouTube streaming. But also from tomorrow night we go live coverage as well on Sky TV. So much good response to the YouTube streaming, Mark, that people nowadays can watch every bowl played at all of the WBT events, and we're very grateful to you players coming in and giving us a little bit of a flavour of what's happening out there for the public.
Yeah, I mean it's great. I mean I was down at the Worlds, and when I wasn't down there, I could watch it when I was back up at home, and I think the players enjoy watching it as well. I mean I noticed they even speak to a few players and they said they watch various games and stuff, and if we can help with making it a success by being in the commentary box, then obviously players want to see the tour do well.
Well, Paul's looking for some sort of connection onto his own bowl. Just really got unlucky on the front green bowl.
Yeah, if he'd found that he was in the split, I think, take the 2 balls away, would have left himself with a shot. Couple of ends there for John, got himself into a 4-2 lead.
Yeah, I think Paul Foster will know he's got a game on his hands. He would know what John Fleming's reputation was. He's a confident player.
Yeah, anyone who wins a national title, I mean, especially in Scotland where you've got to win your club first and then go through to the nationals, it's it's a long road, and I mean, but even before that, John's a good player, but I mean, won a national title, national singles, Paul will know how good he is, and vice versa. John will know what a good player Paul is. I think on paper he looked at it and thought it was going to be a close game, and certainly the way the second set started, it looks like it's going to be should be a good finish.
His line looks good again, just all on his pace here. Might rest on John's bowl, but shut out of it that way.
Just push through this one, I think, John.
Yeah, just overplayed it. Wouldn't want to be short though.
This forehand in this direction is a big swing. As you see from the first 2 balls, it does just dip underneath. You have got to get it right out there. This one again, Paul's just a fraction of the line.
Well, looks a better track here.
Down to his weight. I think he's played one.
Yep, looking good. Well played.
Paul's then inside line. If he's got a couple of feet on, he's got a chance. Otherwise, it'll whip away quickly.
Very unlucky. Just looking at Paul's player profile there, Mark. He's since 2001, he's never dropped below world ranked 5. That's a really amazing feat. And I know, chatting to these ones that keep an eye on what the rankings are doing, I know he's going to struggle. He needs to get through here. He might drop out of that top 8.
Well, I can just see his player profile, and there's a lot of W's for winning. A lot of tournaments he's won, and like I say, the rank, to keep it so consistent over that length of time is unbelievable. But that just shows how good a player he is. But he's up against it here. John's just found a great bit of form last 3 or 4 ends. Well, I think Paul might go straight down for the 2 balls here. Play the 2 balls away, nice shot. Yep, down the line. Very close to it. Might have the jack as well.
I managed to flick it across sideways.
That's a good result for Paul. Hit the target, and the jack just moving a fraction across to get shot was it's a bonus really. But to be fair, he hit right down the target. John will be disappointed. He played a good end again. You know, thought he was going to increase his lead, but a good runner from Paul's got him back in at 4-3 down in the second set.
Well, still sticking to this shorter length jack. Mark is preferring it. He's in the centre nicely with these bowls. Just overplayed that, John Fleming. Paul will be happy with the way that this is standing at the moment. I think he's managing to keep the young man at bay.
Great start on this end. John just switching to the backhand. Great effort. Just running by.
Well, if Paul gets another one in here, it might start making John play fishing bowl to try and change something.
Needs to run. That was so close to his last, just drop a fraction, I would say. Needs to run down that line. I'm not sure he's got it away well.
Nope, not happy with that at all. In fact, he might have even turned Paul's in for 3 shots.
Just shows what a difference the last ball at a previous end made. You know, could have been 6-2 if Paul misses the runner. Now he's, you know, back at 4-3 in the lane. You know, 2, possibly 3. Put John under pressure at this end. Big ball for John coming up.
Yeah, looking good again here from Paul. He's not made the head any bigger either. Well, John Fleming, big ball for you here.
Yeah, I think his weight was alright with his last, just a fraction on under the line. Well,
He's just played the draw, I think, Mark.
if he's dead pace, he's got a good line. Just needs to be dead weight though, he might be just running through.
Well, I think that could be a huge turning point in this second set. 1, 2, 3 conceded. Looking for the fourth. It's funny, Greg was saying in the last game, it's amazing how many counts of 3s and 4s we've actually had at this tournament. The way that the rink plays seems to allow for that.
Yeah, I think if you find it, you can nail 3 or 4 on it, but equally you can just scratch around a little bit as well.
Yeah, umpire Tom Weir being called on to adjudicate between those two bowls. I didn't quite just see where that measure was going to then. The camera panned out from it.
4 shots to Paul Foster.
4 shots to Paul Foster. Gives him a 7-4 lead after 5 ends. 4 ends to play. And the world number 2 is 3 up with 4 ends to play. Having won the first set. Going to be a struggle now for John. He needs to really win this next end, Mark.
Yeah, it's important for him to try and forget that end. It wasn't his best. He'll know that, and almost you wonder whether it was a combination of the end previously. Sort of Paul's got a good runner and got straight back in and put John under pressure that end. Just got to try and forget that end. He's still got 4 ends to go, plenty enough time, and he's to be fair when he's got in first in this set, he's put Paul under pressure. He's played some really good balls. He's just had the odd 1 or 2 scrappy ends that he's hoping won't cost him.
Start here from Paul again. Certainly better from John Fleming.
Yeah, that's a great response. That is just probably shows how good a player John is. To straight away he's just dropped a 4. He knows he's not played a great end, but just getting there first ball, Paul's played a good, and he's just turned the jack off. Probably stood there thinking I wish I'd done that last end, but just got to forget it and get on with it. We all unfortunately, we'd love to play perfect balls all the time, but you just got to deal with what you've done, and then hopefully, put Paul under pressure this end and get right back into it.
Well, looking good here again. Right, ball just dropped short, I think. Mike Davies will tell us.
Very close,
Right, slightly fancies that bowl. Sometimes our angle here in the cameras is very, very deceiving.
Yeah, I'd have said green yeah. from down here. Through this wall it looks like green, but just needs to run, John. Great line, but just needs to run.
Paul, well, both players have had a good look at that. The markers and umpires very good. They do say they favour one. Trust their judgment.
Can just afford to be just arriving down there. He's got 2 balls just to promote. He's just up down the line. He's in the area.
Might have just slid that enough along the carpet. If the ball is touched like that, they do slide along indoor carpets.
Dunn's having a look down the backhand, so I would assume he favours he's certainly at least one down, but doesn't. It's not set great for him down that backhand. It is possible to get it, but it's not, the angles aren't perfect, I don't think.
He's played that, looking to get back to that outside red ball. Just overplayed it, but that's a keeper. Mark, it gives him an option with his last ball.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good pace to play it, really. Like I say, he's got a chance now. If he does get something onto the jack, he's probably favourite to be shot, so Paul just asking Mike who he favoured for shot. Paul thinks he's in, he might just be somewhere near that back ball, but that the forehand is obviously going past. Just to probably use the last ball as his jack, really. Anywhere near that last ball, he's good. Just past him,
I think
maybe.
from this ball we can definitely assume that Paul's on for at least one shot. And that's really what he's looking for at this point in time. If he just counts the ends away with even ones, like he did in the first set. John Fleming's got to change something then. I suppose the danger is, Mark, if he gets the middle bowl of the three, he could even flick his own bowl out.
Yeah, that is the danger. However, it might be against the stage of the game where he thinks, well, you know, one down's not great either, so...
No, he didn't like that. Very wide. Oh, he could be chucking these bowls and measuring them, I think. Oh, that bowl's been taken away, so it's just a measure for one shot. That angle doesn't help at all.
No, well, I mean, the way the both players have played the end, I think they both probably favour that Paul's shot, but obviously it's worth a measure. So get the umpire on, have a look at it.
Caliper measure.
One shot, Paul Foster.
Yeah, that certainly helps Paul Foster's cause. He's now leads 8-4. 3 ends left to play in the second set. Means my mathematics are still correct at this time of day. John Fleming needs to score 5 shots over 3 ends with no reply to take us into a tie-break. A good game, really. John's just struggled with a few shots, but overall he's played very well, Mark.
Yeah, definitely. I say, I mean, you take that one bad end out of this set, the fifth end. It's, you know, he's 4 shots down, and that's probably the difference. He started the set probably the better player. Paul turned it around with one runner and then played it, got a good 4. And like I say, the scoreline probably in both sets is probably just against John. He's just probably had, you know, a couple too many loose balls for his own liking, maybe. You know, against someone like Paul, you are going to be in trouble if you do that.
Well, it's not a bad ball there. He's just reached past, but as we've seen in a lot of the games, he's better with the ball just behind than short. Chances then further on into the end to convert things. Ball immediately trying to cover that. That's on a good height with that. Oh, and his pace here. Urging it in.
Right.
To hang off a bit.
Right, yeah.
Yes.
Paul just switched to the backhand, looking just drift round his own. So just run to miss his own.
Have 2 seconds, mate.
Just asking if he's got 2 seconds.
Needs to bend again, I think. Randy's only got a chance, but
Let's sit down now. Might have a chance there.
Yeah, one red.
there might be another second that for John, which does give him options. Paul's just having a look at it, might take a time out.
Right on cue.
4, 3 times remaining.
Paul probably knows he needs another one in there, but it's not that easy. His last ball that's fallen out has made it awkward on the backhand. He'd probably like to just draw around that on the backhand, but he don't want to just fall off it, make that target at the front any wider.
Well, he's certainly put this out on the nice high drawing line. Swinging hand this.
Yeah, if you really think he's not quite up though.
Like I say, he's made the target a bit bigger.
Well, it's possibly changed. I would have suspected John probably would have gone down the forehand prior to that ball coming down, but anything sort of solid on the red ball, if he's got 2 seconds, solid and maybe even stay for 3 possibly.
Yeah, he's just had a quick glance up at our scoreboards out there in the arena, so he knows the situation. If he could get 2 or 3 out of this, puts him back in the game.
No.
Well, looks in the target area.
Giving it a life, just needs to run.
Oh, he's very unlucky there. Great effort.
One shot for Foster.
That one shot for Foster leaves John Fleming in all sorts of problems. He's 5 down with 2 ends to play, meaning he needs to score 6 shots over 2 ends against the world number 2, Paul Foster, MBE. Not an easy ask, Mark.
No, it's not. It's not easy to get 6 in 2 ends against anyone, but especially as the world number 2. John should, at the end of the day, he's got to try and score at least 2 this end. You know, take it to the last end. You know, ideally he needs a 3, give himself a chance.
Oh, just a bit of a disturbance there. A smile.
Do well to catch that, to be honest. He's nearly halfway through delivery.
There's no shot clock on the first delivery of the end, and I actually think it was his opponent, John Fleming, that caused the disturbance. That was why there was a bit of a smile from Paul. Wasn't done on purpose. Certainly normal service resumed with that bowl anyway.
Yeah, didn't put him off anyway. A good ball from John there. He knew he had to be past the jack, give himself a chance. Ball just looking to keep this head quite tight. I don't think he likes that one. Dropped his head. Must have known he was 2 inches short on that one. Well, John urging it on here. Great effort.
Close, very close. Oh, great effort.
One red.
Oh, Paul's nicely out there again. All down to his pace. Doesn't look too bad either.
Good ball.
2 red.
John rightly so choosing to come and have a look at this. Got a couple of timeouts remaining. Needs to score a 3 at least, really.
Yeah, I mean, he just looks like he's just enough of a gap to squeeze his own green ball onto the jack, which would give him 2 shots if the jack and his own ball's got to go somewhere. So I think he'll be arriving through it, to be honest. Just which hand he wants to play on the backhand, I think.
Well, it looked a good track. Yeah, it looks in the area. All 3 go. He was unlucky, but it does sort of set up a shot for him. I think Paul will be looking to cover. That's what he's just looking at now. How can John Fleming get a 3 out of this? Where do I need to put my bowl to stop that happening?
Yeah, I mean, a couple of feet past the jack looks debatable. It's just whether John can get both balls. Paul's just looking at the angle to see whether both balls would go without the jack moving. And if so, he obviously wants to try and beat at least one of John's balls as well.
A picture of the trophy there. Somebody will be picking up on Friday tea time. Kindly sponsored by, of course, the Co-operative Funeralcare.
Yeah, good ball from Paul, that. Probably fractionally further than he would have wanted it, but it certainly made John, if he does get the ball onto Jack, it's got to go the perfect distance.
He's got a chance. Oh, there is a chance.
Yeah, it's just looking at the angles. I think he's got either or. I think he's either got if both balls do go without the jack move, and he can go straight down for those. That nice shot, a couple of yard, 4 feet over, turn his own onto the jack, but I'm not sure he can force it past Paul's short red ball.
Mr. Kearsley on the back row there. Very great supporters of bowls. The owners here at Blackpool Newton Hall. We've been in most days watching this week. Well, John, this bowl to stay in the International Open 2016. Well, he's in the area. Very unlucky there that Paul's bowl followed.
Good shot, centre, and that's Paul Foster.
Paul Foster, world number 2, through to the second round. I'd like to thank Mark for his company in the commentary box and wish him best of luck in the rest of the event.
Thank you, Janice.
And don't forget, join us again tomorrow morning, 9:30, for Cody Alcoff versus Mervyn King. Thanks very much for your company this afternoon, folks.
That concludes your matches for today, ladies and gentlemen. Look forward to seeing some of you back again tomorrow.